Good morning. A very, very warm welcome to this event on the PSNI at 20, co-hosted here at Queen's University Belfast by the Senator George J. Mitchell Institute for Global Peace, Security and Justice, by the Irish Council for Civil Liberties, ICCL, and by the Committee on the Administration of Justice. I'm Richard English, Director of the Mitchell Institute here at Queen's, and one of the things we are delighted to do at the Institute is to promote dialogue, discussion, debate on really major events featuring partners with great insight, and that's what we've got this morning. So thank you to all of you for coming. Thank you to the virtual audience, to the audience here in person in the Great Hall at Queen's, and thank you to the organisers and speakers. For those who are in the Great Hall, we want everyone to be safe, and the COVID regulations mean that the seating involves social distancing. When you're in your seats, you feel free to take the masks off, but when you're up and wandering around, please do put them back on. And there is hand sanitizer at the exits and entrances. So I hope that will make people feel comfortable who are here. It's a great lineup of speakers. It's a great opportunity to pause and take reflection. I'm looking forward to it enormously, and I hope that all of you will really enjoy this excellent event on the PSNI at 20. On behalf of the Mitchell Institute, thank you and welcome.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Darren Nansbro. I'm the Head of Legal and Policy at the Irish Council for Civil Liberties. It's really wonderful to be here at this hybrid event, my first in-person event in 20 months, so that's quite exciting in itself. We have a fantastic lineup for you today on this really sort of interesting and particular occasion of the 20th anniversary of the PSNI. It's a great opportunity to reflect on the reforms up north, but also it comes at a particularly interesting time for on Garda Síochána, as well, as we are in the middle of a reform process down south as well. So as it is a hybrid event, we'll have some presentations online and we'll have some panel discussions here in the room today. We're going to be able to take questions in the room, but also using the chat function for those who are joining us online. So hopefully we'll have a very rich discussion throughout the day. So just very briefly, we'll have three panels. The first panel will be Human Rights Policing Reform and Accountability, Processes and Structure, and we'll be joined by Dr. Richard Martin, Alison Kilpatrick and Dr. Michael Maguire. The second panel will be on Policing with the Community, and we'll have Dr. John Topping, Lillian Sino-Ibar, Conal McFeely and Debbie Waters. And the final panel, after a short break, will be a response and reflections panel facilitated by Dr. Vicky Conway, featuring Stephen White, Jack Nolan and Alison Kilpatrick. So we're going to work really hard to keep time today, and I won't take up any more time this morning. And without further ado, I'll hand you over to Denise Charlton, who is the CEO of the Community Foundation Ireland, who's funding this event today. So over to you, Denise. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person, but I'm delighted to be attending virtually. It's a really important moment for us here at Community Foundation, for ourselves, for our donors, for our partners. The gathering and wider work done by ICCL, the Council for Liberty, and for the Committee of Administration for Justice. Milestone here at Community Foundation with our partner, Foundation Northern Ireland, coming forward the building up of civil society the need for stronger civil society. First, it's our radar for a while. Over 21 years, we have been able to nearly give out 100 million, but we, through that, have been able to have links with around 5,000 community organisations, and increasingly the desire for an all-island support has been articulated. We've seen groups in both jurisdictions really eager to learn from each other, as you are today, to share research and to share experiences, plus a lot more. Brexit obviously brought this into a real focus, and there's no need for me to revisit or rehash the difficulties that have been. and are in making Brexit a reality. But suffice to say that for us at the Community Foundation for Ireland, we really saw growing concerns that large sections of society were in danger of either being drowned out by louder voices, being brushed aside, or just been ignored. So with that and our partners, we went to private donors and we asked them if they were willing to step up to the mark, and they did. So we launched the All Ireland Fund last Easter, 8 weeks ago, and we were able then to unveil 30 new cross-border civil society partnerships. And they include today's work. They include work on migrants' rights, children's rights, empowerment of women, clean air, environment initiatives, LGBT+, and so much more. But I suppose for us, for CFNI and ourselves at Community Foundation, we're really aware that this initial pilot is only scraping the surface. It was $500,000 from private donors, but actually the issues are really complex and difficult. And there's so much learning and opportunity to be shared. And we really understand that people need us to stay with them in the longer term. And reform of policing is one of those really complex issues. So we're really delighted in a small way to be participating today and to be supporting the work. In addition to the historical issues we've really seen over the last 18 months as well, the leadership role that ICCL have taken and CAJ, particularly I suppose we've seen close hand with ICCL, the huge work that they've done in protecting the individual and personal rights during COVID. And that really brought home to us, as always, the real importance of both organisations' work. You have a brilliant morning ahead. I'm so jealous I'm not there in the room with you. You've such a distinguished gathering of expertise, and I really look forward to seeing what comes from your deliberations. I'm going to conclude with a call out to donors to say that despite the success of the All Ireland Fund and the work that we do, philanthropy is really underdeveloped on the island. It's far from reaching its potential. There is the opportunity to grow it as part of the recovery from the pandemic. And in terms of the very important work that these organisations do and others, we really need philanthropy to step up to the plate and provide support. In Dublin, the government is developing a new policy on philanthropy. So we'd really love people to engage so that we can create the conditions for greater philanthropy. Donor voices can really help amplify the brilliant work that's been done here today, and to make sure that we can support organisations like ICCL and CAJ in the brilliant work that they do. So thanks so much for inviting us today. The best of luck with the conference. I'm really looking forward to hearing all the speakers, and thank you for the wonderful work that you do.
Thank you so much, Denise. Our first video address is going to be from Professor Fionnuala Ní Aoláin, who's the UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights while countering terrorism, and an academic based at Queen's University Belfast and the University of Minnesota. She's in the States at the moment, so we haven't asked her to join at 3 a.m. and she'll be joining us through her video address. Thanks, Declan.
Good morning. I'm very pleased to join you. I wish it were in person at this important conference, PSNI at 20, Human Rights Reflections on Policing Reform, North and South. It's a pleasure to be here, even remotely, particularly because of my long and personal association with CAJ, Committee on the Administration of Justice. I may now be the longest serving member in good standing of the CAJ, having joined it in my first month at law school at the Queen's University of Belfast, walking down from the university to the luxurious pad that CAJ used to hold in Donegal Street. So it's a great pleasure to honour that long relationship with CAJ, but also to join you today in my role as United Nations Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms while countering terrorism. So all of us in this virtual and real room know that policing reform has travelled a very long and arduous road in Northern Ireland. When I wrote The Politics of Force, a book I published in 2000, addressing the use of lethal force by agents of the state in Northern Ireland across the conflict. The landscape that I was seeing then, the one that the Committee on the Administration of Justice and the ICCL is also deeply familiar with, is one that was really, really different from the one we see now. It was a landscape in which the police force was broadly seen as unrepresentative, not just underrepresentative of religious minorities, but also unrepresentative in its gender makeup. Few women were part of the police force at that time. It was also a police force which had generated enormous controversy and legal challenge about its lack of accountability for and fair process in relation to the use of force. The result of that was decades of litigation through both local and international courts, the European Court of Human Rights, addressing the use of force by agents of the state, and in particular, the kind of planning as well as the investigative processes that were in place in Northern Ireland during the conflict on the use of force. There was also a really profound challenge in the use of exceptional powers. Policing in Northern Ireland was defined also by a state in which the use of counter-terrorism legislation both framed the operation of the police and the manner in which they carried out their work. Those exceptional legal regimes had enormous impact on the fundamental rights of persons who encountered the police, from the moment of arrest through to the moment of trial and ultimately, if it were the case, imprisonment. There were grave concerns addressed particularly by the CAJ and some of the extraordinary work it carried out in the 1990s on the profiling of individuals in stop and search in particular, and the impact that profiling had on day-to-day relationships between the police and the community they were to serve. We also had a really disturbing and challenging legacy of ill treatment in detention, signified perhaps most loudly by the Ireland-UK case, the case alleging torture, inhuman and degrading treatment in Northern Ireland. But from that case onwards, we continued through the 1980s and 1990s to have allegations of ill treatment in detention, including in particular psychological ill treatment. And the result of that, I think, of that landscape through the conflict was a legacy, a deep and profound legacy of mistrust from the community and a lack of trust from all sections of the community in the integrity, fairness, and treatment that they were likely to receive from the police force. And that lack of trust was a fundamental problem, not only to policing in Northern Ireland, but also to the broader landscape of relationship between the state and those it served, but also to ensure the end of the conflict, in many cases, arguably being one of the conditions conducive, as we call it, to the perpetuation of cycles of conflict. The fact that those issues were so prominent meant that policing was at the fore of national and international conversations about Northern Ireland. And the result of that was that policing became an integral part of the issues for negotiation and conversation in our peace process, and ultimately resulted in the establishment of an independent commission and the production of the Patten Report, which we'll be talking about today. So it's true to say that policing was and remains an essential part of the peace process and its outworking. And the essential nature of police reform and police progress to the transitional process in Northern Ireland has been recognized internationally, including by my colleague, Special Rapporteur Pablo de Gref, who visited and reported on his visit to the Human Rights Council to Northern Ireland in 2015. And in particular, paragraph 86 of his report, which I'd like to quote, really speaks to the centrality of policing reform and the great strides made in policing through the course of the peace process. Paragraph 86, I quote, In the aftermath of serious human rights violations, it's often crucial for the sake of non-recurrence to engage in both security sector reform and the effective demobilization of ex-combatants. The former is the area under the mandate where the greatest achievements have been made in Northern Ireland. The emphasis of the Police Service of Northern Ireland on human rights, together with greater citizen involvement, has brought about extraordinarily high rates of popular trust, between 80 and 85% in the police service. The magnitude of this change is especially remarkable when one considers that the predecessor institution was not particularly trusted by one of the communities in Northern Ireland, end quote. I think what that reminds us is that policing reform is one of the things that was central to the success of the transition, and ensuring that it remains part of the ongoing success of the transition and peace process in Northern Ireland is one of the issues before you today. I now want to turn to say a couple of words about the Republic of Ireland. When I joined the Human Rights Commission in the Republic of Ireland in 2001, I was one of the first commissioners appointed to the commission, which was one of the first Belfast Good Friday Agreement institutions to be created on the other side of the border. Many of us on that commission were also aware of the legacies of mistrust, exclusion, and challenge for the police force on Ghor de Síochána, south of the border. Though having received much less attention internationally, some of the same challenges, and some of them including legacy challenges from the conflict, were part and parcel of the landscape of policing in the Republic of Ireland. So let me say a little bit about what some of those obvious challenges were. One was a culture of masculinity that many of us who worked on issues of domestic violence, women's rights, and the legacies of gendered harm south of the border were deeply aware of, not just in the number of bodies one would count in the police service, but a broader culture of masculinity within the police force that required fundamental redress. The second was a clear recognition that there were communities who received protection and communities who did not, and that there were grave differences and grave lacks of trust amongst communities in the Republic around its policing force. The third was the largely unseen and under-acknowledged legacy of the conflict south of the border. It was often very easy to say that all of the problems were north of the border, with an unwillingness to look at how the conflict itself had reshaped policing and criminal justice processes in the Republic of Ireland, much of it in ways that undermined and limited the exercise of fundamental human rights. Here, I paid particular attention to the Special Criminal Court and the ongoing challenges of the due process compliance of that court with international law, and the exceptional counterterrorism regimes that applied in the Republic of Ireland, particularly the Offences Against the State Act. And one of perhaps the most challenging legacies was the translation of a system that had been designed to address terrorism and counterterrorism into the ordinary law through the use of many of those exceptional measures in the context of organized crime. So those legacies too all sit in the conversation about policing south of the border. So let me close by making a couple of reflections about why effective human rights policing matters, and why effective policing invariably involves and delivers human rights-based policing, because you really don't get one without the other. I want to underscore the importance of human rights-based policing in a post-conflict context. We may be over 20 years away from the Good Friday Belfast Peace Agreement, but many of us who've been engaged in long-term peace processes in many parts of the world understand that peace is built slowly over many decades, and often generationally and intergenerationally. And so the gains, and the human rights gains in particular, that were made in the Belfast Agreement are gains and rights that have to be defended. And one of the experiences that many of us are also aware of is that many of those rights and those gains come under sustained assault many years away from a peace process, where there may be a view that they're no longer necessary, or those who didn't like them see opportunities to undo them again. So maintaining, consolidating, and extending the gains that were made in policing in Northern Ireland and in the Republic of Ireland in the past 2 decades are an important part of essentially consolidating our ongoing peace process. The second reason why human rights-based policing matters is really obvious. It's because we need the trust of all our communities to function well. And when we leave communities behind, when certain communities end up in differential relationships with the police who serve them, then the security and safety of all is compromised. And those communities themselves really are alienated from and often marginalized from the broader state. Trust in communities is hard to build, and once you lose it, it's hard to rebuild. But it remains the case that we continue to have to work with our most marginalized communities, some of whom are in conflict with police, some of whom do not see themselves represented in our police forces, and understand that only by gaining their trust do we build a safer and more secure society for all. The third reason we need human rights-based policing is because the dignity of the human person matters. And often the point where a person meets the state, usually in a vulnerable or difficult context, is by meeting the police. And it's so in that encounter that the human rights based approach of the state more broadly manifests itself or not. And that's a micro experience, but reflected of a macro requirement that each individual person has to be treated fairly and with dignity by the state. It's also an acknowledgement of the fragility of the human person, and that we are often at our most vulnerable when we encounter the coercive arm of the state, namely the police. And it is that in that encounter that the state manifests itself as transparent, accountable, and serving in the interests of those who comprise the communities that is most obvious or not. And finally, we really advance human rights-based policing when we continue to claim and support the notion that accountability matters and that the police are accountable because the state is accountable. When both the Irish Republic and the United Kingdom have signed international human rights treaties, both regional and international, they've committed themselves to that accountability in their actions and their relationships with those under their control, citizens and non-citizens alike. And so the importance of that accountability remains true, no matter whether we're in a conflict, post-conflict, or consolidating a peace process context. And so placing human rights at the heart of what we do in policing is in some ways an insurance policy on ensuring the accountability of the state. So I'm really pleased that we're having this conversation and want to underscore that the conversation matters. Stock taking is an essential element of improvement for those who serve the public and for civil society to engage with government and those who act for government. It underscores the importance of listening and remembering that we've learned some things in the past 20 years about what works and what doesn't. And those lessons are not only important for Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, but they're important across the globe because our jurisdictions are closely watched by others in terms of this ongoing experiment of post-conflict, not just reconciliation, but working towards a societies imbued with dignity and rights for all. Thank you very much. Gur míle maith agaibh.
And a huge thank you to Fionnuala for that fantastic presentation, which has really set out, I think, the parameters of our discussions here today and really put us into the context of why we're here today. And it's to reflect and also to learn, and in particular to focus on the human rights synergies with policing, and of course the fundamental importance of trust, transparency and accountability to policing. So our first panel is starting now. It's on human rights policing reform and accountability, with a focus on processes and structure. And we're going to have a hybrid panel again. So I'm going to ask Alison Kilpatrick and Dr. Michael Maguire to join me at the podium, but our first presentation is going to be online by Dr. Richard Martin. And Dr. Richard Martin is an assistant professor in law at the London School of Economics. He conducts socio-legal and doctrinal research at the intersection of criminal justice, human rights and public law. His recent monograph, Policing Human Rights, examines the role of human rights in everyday police practices and vernaculars, drawing on extensive fieldwork with the PSNI. So if we could get the video from Dr. Richard Martin, that would be great. Thank you.
Many thanks to the CAJ for the kind invitation to be involved in some small part of this really valuable event, and for giving me the formidable task of following on from Fionnuala and preceding Alison and Michael this morning. I spent my summers back in 2011 as a fresh-faced LLB student, helping the CIJ with its watching briefs in conflict-related coroners' cases and judicial reviews, many of which may still actually be live. So it's a real pleasure to return to share some of my own research today. This turns out to be the one week I'm not in Belfast, so my apologies to those in the Great Hall that have to stare at my face on a screen somewhere. But anyway, I'm really grateful to the organisers for beaming me in. My co-panelists this morning have been at the very forefront of oversight, doing a formidable job helping to make rights real. I, on the other hand, am a mere outsider, an academic researcher looking in. But that said, I've managed to spend about a year and a half speaking to officers from various parts of the PSNI, as well as members of the Policing Board, to try and make sense of the Patten Report's pioneering ideal of placing human rights at the core of policing. This research culminated in my recent book, Policing Human Rights, in which I explore how and why human rights law has come to be socially constituted, organisationally conditioned, and practically interpreted and applied within PSNI. To that end, I researched 4 sites of police work: the public forums host to the official police narratives, routine policing, public order policing, and police custody. A central finding from my research is the persistent tension, to coin the phrase used by Michael McCann, of the seeming weight and lightness of human rights. The weight of human rights stems from its potential to direct and regulate state power to better protect, respect, and fulfill special features of our common humanity, rights that shouldn't be simply traded off in utilitarian fashion. The weight is felt when fundamental rights guarantees are brought to life by way of a culture of justification, constructive oversight by independent bodies, and the mainstreaming of rights principles in frontline decision-making. The weight of human rights in Northern Ireland has arisen from the landmark initiatives 20 years ago that flowed directly from the Patten Report's recommendations, namely a new police oath and code of ethics incorporating the ECHR, extensive training in fundamental principles and standards of human rights, a statutory duty on the newly created Policing Board to monitor police compliance with the Human Rights Act, the recruitment of a specialist in-house human rights lawyer by the PSNI, and the appointment of a senior officer as the PSNI's human rights champion. Since 2005, the PSNI has introduced over 200 human rights recommendations. However, the Northern Ireland experience also speaks, I think, to the lightness of human rights. And by that, I mean their indeterminacy and malleability, their susceptibility to be reworked and reformed by ideas, attitudes, and agendas, especially when experienced and invoked in everyday life, police practices, and politics. In the book, I've tried to expose the capacity of human rights to be adopted by chief officers and political parties and imbue it with a myriad of ideas, visions, priorities, and principles which are directed to consolidate or challenge the legitimacy of police actions and conflict-related legacies. Amongst rank and file officers, meanwhile, I argue that they internalise human rights to produce identity-rich, context-dependent narratives that foster their own self-enhancement, self-efficacy, and self-consistency. Put simply, officers' interpretation and application of human rights are influenced by their own values and experiences, workplace demands, and associated subcultures as much as legal norms. Thinking specifically about the challenges, opportunities, and risks when it comes to oversight and structural reform, Alison's authoritative report published by the ICCL is the most valuable starting point. And this morning, my modest contribution is to prompt discussion and reflection by reinforcing three of those points, three lessons that I think can be drawn from the Northern Ireland experience. The first is the importance of the interaction of human rights law within officers' sites of socialisation within particular parts of police work. The second is the significance of situational dynamics of decision making, especially constructive scrutiny. And the third is human rights as guiding principles for regulation, but set within a wider political community. So the first of these is that much is made of the characteristics of police culture that function as barriers to organizational reform. Cynicism, a lavish culture, group solidarity, secrecy, ends over means. But references to police culture, I think, too often underplay variation within policing, and they neglect some of the complexity and variety of subculture, as well as the potential for the legal environment to influence these. How officers come to be socialized in human rights is a combination of formal sources, human rights law training, policies, operational orders, and briefings, but also cues taken from informal sources, officers' social encounters, interactions, adaptations with colleagues, bosses, suspects, victims, the public. A noteworthy finding from our research was that the majority of constables could list with considerable accuracy the convention rights engaged in their work, and using practical terminology, the efforts made to respect those rights and reduce their interference, with the principles of necessity and proportionality frequently cited. That is impressive, and that is testament to 2 decades of seeking to embed these concepts and ideas in everyday training, operational reverse processes. An important implication of this then is that the formalities of training, policies, briefings, etc. do matter. They provide a core expectation of formally acceptable practices and serve to impart values that influence perceptions of appropriateness, the role officers ought to play, and how tasks ought to be performed in a rights-compliant manner. Striving for the institutionalization of human rights, though, is to recognize that the non-legal will inevitably surround and inform the legal. Rights narratives will overlap, interweave, and dissociate with official legal pronouncements of human rights. Beyond the groups of officers I came to label in my research the common sense coppers and the conscientious constables, I found other groups I described as the skeptics, the old guard, whose receptiveness towards a human rights approach to policing was more hesitant and qualified, and sometimes critical. The challenge for reformers is to detect, engage with, and channel features of informal socialization so that these might serve to promote rights-based principles, whether these features take the form of proud professionalism, common sense knowledge, or insistence that remarkable change is in fact no change at all. It's noteworthy, for example, that the PSNI's pioneering code of ethics rarely came up when I spoke to officers about human rights. When asked explicitly when the code would be referred to or talked about, officers explained it would only be if a complaint was made against them or they were preparing for a promotion. If one of the aims of the code was to act as an ethical framework to assist and empower officers, in almost all discussions, this goal was lost to more cynical interpretations. An oft-cited phrase was that the code was nothing more than a stick to beat police with, emphasizing its disciplinary rather than aspirational function. The major concern was that the code's ambiguity would be seized upon unfairly by the Complaints Department or Ombudsman as a way of sanctioning officers. This was an example, I think, of some officers feeling that complainants' rights were being prioritized over their own in their split-second, high-pressure situations. The challenge, I think, for those of us keen to foster a human rights approach to policing is to engage with rather than dismiss such narratives and seek to dispel myths and allay concerns where they arise. Moving to the second general lesson, I think that's the importance of close attention to our officers' engagement with human rights is influenced by organizing process and bureaucratic procedures. There's often a tendency for academics and reformers to, in the words of policing scholar David Philanthropy, persist in stressing the group psychology of the police and in treating the internal organization of police departments as largely irrelevant. I found that decisions are, unsurprisingly, affected by time, place, and complexity of the decisions, and how differing priorities, resource constraints, and values arise in particular sites of policing. Those who make decisions relatively infrequently are more likely to approach them in a more complex way, taking more time and considering more information, example being public order commanders, whereas those having to make regular repetitive decisions, such as custody officers or officers making arrest, turn to adaptive techniques, shorthand ways of classifying and processing external cues. The role of organizational routines in decision-making is helpful, making some sense of the contrast in human rights law practices by the officers I met. Human rights came alive in public order policing through the police script that was the outworking of a hierarchical, coordinated, and resource-intensive process. Senior officers were appointed to key roles as gold, silver, and bronze commanders, and were specifically trained and supported with dedicated legal and tactical advice. This was a process the PSNI spent years devising, working with Keir Starmer and Alison Kilpatrick to get a sense of what human rights oversight expected in these very demanding situations. And the proximity to the PSNI's in-house human rights lawyer, as well as the Policing Board's legal advisor in planning meetings and command rooms, reinforced the need to meaningfully consider and rationalise decisions. The prospects of in and on-the-job trouble were a marked feature of officers' prospective decision-making horizons. Commanders, for example, must submit as soon as possible after a major disorder incident a record detailing the nature of disorder, any force used, any injury sustained, and any damage caused to property to the Policing Board. As powerfully illustrated by the case of BGB, commanders did not always get the decision right on the scope of their powers, or indeed positive duties flowing from Article 11. But as the annual reports of the Policing Board suggest, overall, commanders did pay close and careful attention to rights considerations. In police custody, by contrast, the bureaucratic format of human rights law was a checklist on a computer screen, where the grounds of detention were selected from a drop-down list. Detainees' rights were rhymed off by custody officers hundreds of times a month, following the on-screen prompts of their computer system. Individuals' rights, procedural rights, were sourced from the Police and Criminal Evidence Act, the rights which the courts have been reluctant to interpret in a strong manner when it comes to necessity as defined by the courts for the purposes of arrest. And some arresting officers, seem to have relatively limited regard for those standards, at least from the perspective of custody officers. In their retrospective decision-making horizon, custody officers saw the service target-driven ethos, in part contributing to officers making dubious arrests, where other means could be used, whether voluntary attendance or dealing with the issue on the spot. Formally enacted policies and enforced practices can thus be harder operationally and culturally to make rights-based decisions in individual cases if this requires officers to collectively push back against organizational trends, performance indicators, for example. Now, one oversight response might be to subject these seemingly routine automatic decision-making to disruption by regular reviews, drawing on insights and experiences of a diversity of community groups who can expose how routine police practices reify social injustices or perpetuate inequalities. Another routine practice, of course, is stop and search, which I know John Topping will be picking up on later today. But so too were custody officers' decision-making horizons influenced by a cultural affinity to fellow officers and a subjective sense that neither solicitors nor lay visitors were sufficient sources of trouble to affect decisions to detain. Officers knew how to manage potential trouble using ploys to process cases through custody. The task is to channel officers' awareness of trouble by promoting oversight where practices or procedures that risk violating rights are the same ones that are likely to attract the attention of proactive and constructive forms of accountability. This leads to the third and final lesson, I think, to be drawn from the Northern Ireland case study: the value of human rights as regulatory principles. The appeal of principles is their ability, in the words of the policing scholar Ian Loader, to create opportunities for police officers to become participants in, rather than simply the object of, regulatory dialogue and activity. The adherence to human rights is promoted when officers articulate and explain their decision-making to colleagues, communities, oversight bodies, and other criminal justice actors using rights-based principles. This is the core of the culture of justification, because this will clarify thinking, prompt alternative approaches not initially considered, and make it harder to overlook rights abuses. A principled-based approach to human rights oversight ought to be accompanied by external stimulus, oversight and assistance that promotes consultation, justification, and persuasion. And this has been achieved This can be achieved by sending authoritative regulatory signals that prompt, encourage, and reward police for meaningfully engaging with rights principles in sites of decision making. And here in Northern Ireland, I think that's been achieved remarkably successfully through the Policing Board's rights-based annual human rights reporting and the launch of those each year. And crucially, by tethering human rights oversight to the Human Rights Act, that monitoring and reporting process ensures that core concepts like legality, necessity, absolute strong qualified rights, negative positive duties find expression with sufficient specificity to positively regulate police action. And I think without doubt, the independent and impartial legal advisors of the Policing Board have been the linchpin of that regulatory system. Even when pushed, the value of this role and the integrity of the advisor could not be doubted by members of the Policing Board I interviewed from across the political spectrum. On the theme of human rights fighting, we must remain wary of oversight fatigue within the police or Policing Board, loosening human rights as a regulatory priority, as well as performance-driven or cost-cutting agendas, which intentionally or otherwise diminish the cultural resonance and organizational status of human rights. To speak of human rights approach to policing somehow being done or accomplished is to performance manage an ideal, to turn our backs on 2 decades of formidable work and achievement by many inside and outside the PSNI. But so too is it to fail to acknowledge the ongoing contribution human rights principles and ever-developing standards can make in the equally ever-changing world of policing, including new tactical options like facial recognition technology, as well as the use of big data to predict crime and allocate resources, but also target specific populations and bake in existing biases. Policing is without doubt an immensely challenging job. It is filled with risk. It takes great courage and professionalism to do it well. Rights-based standards are a means of navigating risky scenarios, guiding ethical decision-making, and protecting the rights of officers too. I'm going to conclude briefly now. Well, it seems trite to say it, at least the last century, never mind the last 20 years, reminds us of how policing in Northern Ireland can neither be understood nor debated in isolation from the wider socio-political fault lines and injustices. The political ambition, ethical ideals, and material resources which it took to reform PSNI were themselves the outworkings of a special socio-political, indeed constitutional moment. But the air has a different quality today. The government's Independent Human Rights Act review panel is currently assessing whether any change is required to the Human Rights Act, while Mr. Dominic Raab, the new Justice Secretary, stated just this time last month, and I quote, "Before the next election, we will overhaul the Human Rights Act to restore common sense to our justice system." Locally, not only has Brexit shaken the foundations of the Good Friday Agreement, but recent years have also exposed the susceptibility of human rights to ethno-national appropriation. This was strikingly illustrated during extensive efforts to introduce a Bill of Rights specific to Northern Ireland, but also a form of human rights as war by other means is playing out in the arena of policing too. Article 2 of the ECHR especially has been mobilised to focus attention on the human rights standards to which the British state has bound itself. But for unionists, or at least some unionists, the reluctance to deploy rights talk, to buy into what they consider to be a Republican agenda, has left them, I think, as quieter, ill-equipped contributors to explicitly rights-based debates. So finally, all the while, a coordinated approach to dealing with the past seems as elusive as ever. In the absence of a coordinated approach, collective memories and conflict narratives continue to dominate the present. The recently proposed amnesty is not the easy way out this Conservative government seems to think it is. The Article 2 duty to investigate conflict-related deaths will not vanish. It will spur further litigation, the tentacles of which will continue to wrap around police past and present. While the PSNI are, I think, going to be saddled with the vexed question of what does or doesn't amount to a troubles-related offence to which the amnesty would apply. So to conclude, we must recognise that human rights are not, as some may hope, a refuge from political rough and tumble, a panacea for police reform or a clear-cut regulatory ideal. They offer a powerful set of norms for challenging state power, but at the same time, they rely on that same power to realise them in practice. In seeking human rights reform and regulation of criminal justice actors, we must be prepared for its principles and standards to be interpreted and applied, and possibly appropriated and transformed by such actors. This calls for curiosity as well as vigilance.
Thank you so much, Richard. A really comprehensive presentation, I think, addressing some of the risks that that are present, I suppose, in the reform process itself, but also when we are introducing human rights in terms of ensuring human rights-based policing is successful. And I think that it echoes one of the things that Fionnuala said earlier, which was the importance of consolidating, maintaining and extending reforms, and that need, as you said, for constant vigilance. So I'm going to pass over now to Alison Kilpatrick. Alison is a barrister specialising in human rights law. She has published widely, including in the Human Rights Act 1998, a practitioner's guide. She is a member of the board of One Safe Place Foyle Family Justice Centre. Until May 2021, she was a member of the board of CRJI, an accredited community restorative justice scheme. And between 2009 and September 2017, Alison was the independent human rights legal advisor to the Northern Ireland Policing Board. From 2016 to 2021, she was special legal advisor to the UK's independent reviewer of terrorism legislation. And for ICCL, she conducted an independent human rights inspection of Irish policing, which has been the basis of a lot of our work over the last few years. She has carried out and published an independent review of the ECHR compliance of a number of Northern Ireland legacy investigations, and in 2021 she was appointed Chief Commissioner to the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission. Alison, you're very welcome, and thank you for being here today.
Good morning. I'm not sure Richard has left me very much to say, but any lawyer will tell you, give them an audience and they'll find something. When I first saw the proposed theme, I was immediately interested in participating, so thank you for having me here today. I think it's more important than ever that we reflect on what has worked and what hasn't worked across the island of Ireland and across policing more generally. And I've today given myself the luxury of actually doing what the title says and reflecting on the policing reform. And when you're in the midst of it, you often don't have that luxury of just reflecting on what has happened and what has worked well. So I don't propose to talk about specifics. I will answer questions later, obviously, if you have any, but I will tell you what I, just as an individual who had a very minor part to play in things, learned about policing reform from work north and south. And I do that, I should make clear, in an individual capacity. I don't speak for anyone else today. So the story of policing reform in Northern Ireland started really, we all know this, but it bears repetition, I think, with the report of the Patten Commission. Terms of reference which were set out in the Belfast Agreement, reached on Good Friday. We reference it regularly, but the text bears repeating, and it said this: "We firmly dedicate ourselves to the achievement of reconciliation, tolerance, mutual trust, and to the protection and vindication of the human rights of all." And policing reform was seen as a central part of that, and Fionnuala has already very masterfully explained why. A human rights approach to policing was to be the very foundation of the peace process itself, and I think we sometimes forget its centrality when we're talking about current contemporary policing. So when I began my work in human rights and policing in Northern Ireland, I was pretty confident the adoption of a human rights-based approach was the right way to go, but I didn't know much about it operationally. It was just ideological, I suppose, more than anything. However, having seen it up close, I'm now convinced that that's the case. In my view, it's the only model of policing that will achieve the sort of reform that I suspect everyone is looking for, even maybe especially those who are reluctant to use the language of rights and those who feel that a human rights approach does nothing for them, or even those that believe human rights actually pitch those who are law-abiding against those who break the law. And that couldn't, in my view, be more wrong. Those of us who share a belief in human rights and policing have to be able to answer those questions. However, they're genuinely held and there is a genuine fear. It means going back over old ground, looking at what's happened and what needs to happen next. And if we remain unsatisfied at the pace or extent of reform, we must identify what the blocks are and try to remove them. And let me just make clear what I mean by a human rights-based approach, because it's easily said, it's not always as easy in practice. I mean an approach which places the rights enshrined by primarily, but not only, the European Convention on Human Rights at the centre of every decision made and every action taken by the police service as a whole and by every police officer and member of civilian staff, not just as a matter of policy, but as a matter of practice. Adoption of a human rights approach should mean that human rights run seamlessly through policy, training, operational application, powers and duties, should inform operational and organisational strategy, internal governance and relationships, delivery of policing services, planning of operations, police engagement with oversight bodies and the community. So it really is all-encompassing. Within a human rights approach, police, and I think this is critical, police welcome oversight and accountability and embrace transparency because they value the role of human rights protection in the protection of peace, democracy and the rule of law. The purpose of human rights approach is to secure a policing service and oversight framework that is professional, efficient, effective, ultimately respected and trusted by the public they're there to serve. It recognises the police as public servants who police by consent, with the public accepting their legitimacy as defenders of human rights rather than potential violators. The protection of human rights is the foundation of, not an obstacle to their work. And Richard has made very clear, and we should remember, that applies at the level of an individual police officer or member of civilian staff and the organisation as a whole. But it also applies to us. I think we need to remember those principles when we're looking at policing. Police play a central role in the protection of human rights. Human rights are not protected without the police. They are not simply potential violators, but they have a monopoly on the use of force. They can exercise intrusive powers. They can deprive us of our liberty. They can only do that to protect society from abuse, and those are abuses of human rights. And an abuse of human rights occurs when a person becomes a victim of crime, certainly, and police often talk about protecting human rights by preventing crime. But human rights is set out in the Convention, and as we really know and feel it, I think it goes much further than that. The Convention protects us from less, maybe visible abuses, such as invasions of privacy, restrictions on freedoms, assembly to protest, and due process if accused of wrongdoing. Police powers must be defined by clear, accessible law and policy, exercised only when it's necessary to do so and proportionately. Must not be used in a way that discriminates against any individual or group. They're balanced within a human rights framework, in my view, taking account of all of those interests. And it's according to well-recognised principles, and it empowers the police, I think, more than anybody, to make difficult decisions in stressful situations. And certainly in the past, the police officers would have told you that themselves. And it mustn't be forgotten that across Ireland already, as a matter of law, the police and Gardaí are required to comply with the Convention. So any approach other than a human rights-based one risks breaking the law. In my view, having an express legal obligation to comply, which is monitored closely with alleged breaches investigated independently, and we'll hear some more of that from Michael, is the most critical element of reform in Northern Ireland. The obligation must not be watered down to aspiration, principle, or objective, or even values. The police often say they vindicate human rights and most certainly aspire to, but if they do not achieve that in practice, let's be clear, they'll be acting unlawfully, and there is a real power in that for the oversight bodies and for the public generally. And if there's a singular reflection I have on the reform process, both north and south, it's that police and the policing family must embrace protection and fulfilment of human rights as a core function, as opposed to a value of policing. Oversight accountability mechanisms also have to do the same, and I stress we can't leave that to the police. Human rights compliance must be measured in general, but also in the specifics, and the oversight bodies must do that as actively and meticulously as they measure budgets and numeric targets. What was expected 20 years ago from Patten Good Friday Agreement was a paradigm shift by everyone involved in policing, with the usual accepted way of doing or thinking about things changing completely. But before real change takes place, there must be a universal desire to change, preceded by some cultural shift, a genuine acceptance that the old ways have not worked and that change is not only nice, it's necessary. And has there been the necessary paradigm shift in Northern Ireland? Well, my answer to that is yes and no. That's my honest answer. Some people in organisations have, some haven't, some are still clinging to reforms, others are moving rapidly away from them. The Gardaí are now undergoing their own process, avowedly from a human rights perspective. However, when a detailed report by ICCL, which was critical of some human rights compliance to date, was met with the stock answer, "We are and always have been committed to human rights in everything we do," one has to worry that the cultural shift has not yet taken place and there's a failure to recognise the real need for change. And as I say, I hope I've made clear, reform should cover policing in the broadest sense, the wide policing family, relationships with the public, and the frameworks in which all of that operates. The police can't change on their own. They and we are entitled to expect the oversight and accountability bodies to embrace the integration of human rights standards with as much enthusiasm and discipline as expected of the police themselves. The oversight and accountability arrangements in Northern Ireland are often cited around the world as the gold standard, and the model is, in my view, the gold standard in theory, but still more needs to be done in practice. Moreover, oversight must be relentless. If recommendations are made, their implementation must be pursued and monitored routinely, and if not, it can actually do more harm than good because it undermines the trust within which the police are held and the oversight bodies. It's been said many times this week in slightly different context, there's need for more doing and less talking, and I think that continues to be the case. In the Republic of Ireland at the moment, until recently, there wasn't even much talking, I don't think, about a fully accountable oversight mechanism, at least not by those who really could deliver one. The policing authorities' powers remain limited and the inspection bodies are quite constrained. For change to be effected, the whole policing family must agree on the way forward and promote, then establish a human rights culture and ethos across policing. One of the great weaknesses exposed in the Northern Ireland model is the apparent dissonance between those advocating for strong human rights monitoring and those who question a commitment to human rights as a fundamental value of society. And there remains dissension, even within the oversight mechanisms themselves, about the rights enshrined by the Convention and to whom they should apply. That has undermined the process, and it does a huge disservice to the police and policing more generally. Policing culture can be exclusionary, with police and oversight bodies reluctant to accept that external experts understand them or can add anything useful. Independent expertise in the form of independent people who are given access and then listened to is, however, crucial. And maybe I would say that, maybe that's self-serving, but often reform processes turn to independent experts when things get a little bit too difficult to deal with themselves. Northern Ireland did it, Republic of Ireland is doing it. Those independent people, if they're to add anything meaningful, need to be supported and protected within and without, and they must be given sufficient autonomy to do their job. I can tell you from experience that being an independent advisor can be a very lonely place, where you're neither fish nor fowl, and subject to undermining from different angles. More people should be encouraged to participate. However, I think it's important that more people who are listening today or in this room today get involved and bring their experience to the table with the oversight organisations. I want to deal very briefly with what I and other people like me often, probably a bit pompous really, but we talk about a golden thread of human rights. And we say that it runs through everything, from everything the police do to every element of oversight and accountability. And it sounds good. It's a little bit pompous, pretentious, but it sounds good. But is it true? And how do we know if it's true? And in any event, does it make any real difference to operational policing and police-public relations? And after all this time, I'm still asking myself those questions. I don't really know the answer. It's not yet true in the practical sense. But it should be, and it certainly should be the aspiration for all policing bodies. And in answering those questions, it's important to recall where we started and where we are now, and to be honest with ourselves and each other about the failure and the successes. And if you look at structural reform of the police, the new institutional framework and the law and policy underpinning policing, you might think the golden thread really was woven into everything. That we have done it. We've done it. It's time to move on, stop obsessing about the police, stop talking about human rights, getting a bit boring, a bit passé. But if you look closely at the practice and listen to the public, you'll get a very different answer, in my experience. Policing still looks and feels very different to what it did when I was growing up. The change is significant, but I sense there has been a gradual stalling of progress. Why? I don't know. Others here today may have views on that, and I look forward to hearing them. Richard's book certainly gives a fascinating insight into that, and is well worth a close read. More work needs to be done, I think, at that level. For my part, I can tell you there was a time when some of the real some of the best and most enlightened conversations I had about human rights were with police officers. They were proud to show off their commitment to human rights-based approach. They regularly talked of how the new human rights approach was their single greatest achievement, that it made them more professional, more accountable. And those police officers whom I spoke really believed it, and they showed it in their practice. Not every police officer agreed, obviously, but it was made clear to them that it was the future of policing, and that it improved policing for us and them. Policing Board and Police Ombudsman were seeing huge increases in trust, confidence, legitimacy of the policing, at least in most contemporary operational settings, and Richard talked about public order policing, drew distinctions there in the application of human rights. The mood music at the time was terrific. Narrative was largely positive, but somewhere along the journey, I fear, the mood began to change and the narrative has become more negative. As I say, I don't have the answer to why that is. Other people are better placed to judge. Across the island, the legacy of the past and the state's treatment of allegations of state involvement in rights violations have put enormous strain on police-public relations. And I don't just mean conflict-related violations, but certainly those are exercising many minds at the moment. I mention this specifically because any failure to apply convention principles to legacy issues runs the risk of casting doubt on the whole reform process. It demonstrates how a departure from a human rights approach in one area can quickly and fundamentally undermine the good work done in other areas. And very good work has been done, we should be clear about that, by the PSNI and the Gardaí in many areas. I want to mention just briefly importance of training. Richard has highlighted that, and I think Michael certainly has seen what happens when training isn't good. But once human rights compliant policy has been devised, and that takes a while, but it has to be done properly, it must be followed by effective training. The Patten Report observed, training will be one of the keys to instilling a human rights-based approach into both new recruits and experienced police personnel, and that certainly proved to be the case. Foundation training and ongoing professional development was key in Northern Ireland. But I would suggest that not enough was done to assist officers with the practical application of rights, or to return to those more senior officers who were trained some years ago. The PSNI training was interactive, reinforced in operational scenarios, and that was crucial. They benefited enormously from the input of stakeholders with lived experience. For example, training on policing race hate crime benefited greatly from including those from minority ethnic communities, but, and it's a large but, if you're going to invite people in, it must be with good grace, and their inclusion and training must be meaningful and lasting, and they must be listened to. Tokenism is not only pointless, it's disrespectful and damaging of relationships. So if the community is going to be brought in to assist in training, they must be taken seriously and recognised for the huge contribution they make. I worry that training is often one of the first casualties when times are hard or with rhetoric changes away from human rights, but it should be protected at all costs. So I'm jumping issues because I want to cover quite a lot in a very short period of time. Now, I want to move on to mention national security in particular. I want to make an observation that may seem self-evident, but is far from it in practice. Human rights compliance with what is called national security here and state security in the south, or as one person described it to me recently, as the spooky stuff that scares the bejesus out of us all. And he wasn't wrong. It is the scary stuff and it's the spooky stuff. Whatever you call it, it should not be outside human rights accountability. There's no separate legal regime. There may, however, be a separate framework within which it must be lawfully conducted. But the Human Rights Act does still apply. But it's almost impossible to know whether it's honoured in practice, and it's critical that's addressed. This is the potential to undermine all the other good work that contemporary policing is doing and that police on the street are doing. One of the abiding questions in both jurisdictions that I discovered through my work is whether there's an acceptable balance between public safety and security on the one hand and fundamental freedoms on the other. I suggest there's a false premise behind that question, which informs so much of what happens in policing, which creates a serious hurdle to proper reform. It's the wrong place to start. I accept there can occasionally be tension between the two, but they're not in an inverse relationship with each other. And it seems to me the protection of public safety and security in Northern Ireland, at least, was best achieved by the protection of fundamental freedoms. And I think we can see that if we do reflect back on the last 20 years. Rarely is a departure a short-term measure, and I would argue never has it protected us from harm, although that often is the justification for derogation from rights. I'm reminded often of the quote attributed to Benjamin Franklin: "He who put security before liberty deserves neither." But it's not just the lefty liberals among us, the bleeding hearts, who think that. Former Chief Constable George Hamilton regularly expressed the belief that the security threat could only be defeated by a strict adherence to human rights principles, and that the undermining of trust in the police was the most serious threat to our collective safety. And all I would say was, if you don't think I know anything about it, he certainly did. He was a serious operational police officer with many years of experience. As the Patten Commission has put it, their review of policing for Northern Ireland: secretive policing arrangements run counter not only to the principles of democratic society, but also to the achievement of fully effective policing. And in Northern Ireland, there was a real attempt by the police, at least, to account to the public through the Policing Board, for example, for national security policing. It remains far from perfect, but at least there is a recognition of the need to allow scrutiny. It shows, I think, in my experience, that processes can be put in place if there's a willing to manage highly sensitive material that genuinely cannot be published. But the starting point should always be that the public is entitled to know what the police do on their behalf. We've surrendered to the state and the police enormous control over our lives, but we do so with certain conditions attached: that they will act within the law, that they will protect and respect our rights, they will not discriminate against any individual or group, and that they will be transparent and accountable. That is the bargain we make with the police, and they should be held to it. And the way they're held to it is through oversight and accountability mechanisms, but also through the public and through events like this and research and books. In the Republic, I have to say, state security appears to be exempt from any oversight, any real oversight, and that will continue to be a real issue with any attempt at reform if it isn't addressed, and it should be addressed quickly, in my view. When I was advisor to the Northern Ireland Policing Board, I saw at close hand the challenging environment within which police operate. I often attended the command room during contentious operations. I saw real-time police decision-making. I was in no doubt about the challenge facing police and the pressure they were under. And if I hadn't had that access behind closed doors up close, I would have been unable to report to the Policing Board or the public on the great successes also within policing. The police struggle to report those themselves. So ultimately, they benefited from close oversight, and that is also something which former Chief Constable George Hamilton will say to you himself. And I think that's a very important lesson in when looking at policing north or south. I want to just end echoing a lot of what Richard said by making clear that the job of policing is an extremely challenging one. They face dangers, and I saw that myself, that most of us will never have to face. Make decisions on a daily basis, often in a split second. They can be a matter of life and death, quite literally. And when making those decisions, they must balance competing rights. So we talk about these rights, but they have to actually balance them in real time. It's an honourable profession, entered into many men and women who want to contribute to society and protect us from harm. So we should engage with them, we should support them when we can, but you cannot support by closing your ears or eyes to bad practice. You do the opposite, you undermine them. We should expect the best of them, that they can maintain order and combat crime while also protecting and respecting rights. And to expect any less of them is to do us and them a disservice and resign ourselves to an antiquated, militaristic policing regime pitching itself against the public rather than serving the public. And that's what Patten talked about when it first looked at policing reform. We don't want to go back to that, and neither do the police. Honest criticism never did undermine the police. It never did them any harm in my experience. But attempts to distract from bad practice always did. It always backfired. That goes for the police and for the oversight bodies. So to conclude, it seems to me if you want a model for policing and that really does put people first, balances individual rights against the rights of wider society, requires police to make decisions that are lawful, necessary, proportionate, guides and empowers them in the exercise of their discretion, requires the greatest possible transparency and accountability, and keeps people honest, you aren't going to find a better model than a human rights-based approach. What I can't do today, however, is comment on whether the NI reform process itself has been a success or failure. I wish I could, but it isn't complete yet. I think that probably is one of the lessons of today. It has ebbed and flowed, it's facing new challenges, and the very notion of reform based on human rights is still contested by some well, by many, in fact, even within the oversight and accountability mechanisms. But as I said, in my view, it's not an answer, it's the only answer to the various challenges facing policing across the island, and it has to be more than lip service. It really has to find its way into operational practice. So before moving on to a shiny new model or a polished up version of the old model, let's give this one a proper chance. And I recognise how that sounds 20 years on, but in my view, Patten's reforms and the Belfast Good Friday Agreement have not been fully implemented yet. There's a terrific body of people here, hugely invested in the shared objective to make policing better, who can complete the process with a final push. So I look forward to watching others achieve what I perhaps failed at the Policing Board. But best of luck to you, and good luck with the rest of today.
Thanks so much, Alison. I don't think you can put failure in the same sentence as your name, so I would definitely disagree with that. I think you've raised some really interesting points, and again, we're hearing, the reform process is just simply not complete, and there's a clear ongoing need for focus and enthusiasm. Just to take out a few strands, I just thought were really important there, and lessons learned to bring down, I suppose, south as well, is that need, not just for and Richard addressed this as well, not just for having the standards and putting them in a code of ethics, but the need for an emphasis on practical application, to sort of draw on enthusiasm of police officers that is there, and of course that kind of element as well of the need for access to report on the positive successes as well. I think they're really important points to make. And then finally, I think this point can't be made enough, and it's something that we hear in the human rights world over and over again in a lot of different contexts. It's that idea, that false premise of security versus human rights. And I think, Alison, you put it really clearly that actually adherence to human rights assists in ensuring the safety and security of us all. And I think we need to remember that as we go forward. So at that stage, I'll hand over to Dr. Michael Maguire. Michael, between 2012 and 2019, was Police Ombudsman for Northern Ireland. Prior to joining the Ombudsman's office, Dr. Maguire was the Chief Inspector of Criminal Justice in Northern Ireland, responsible for inspection into the main justice agencies. And prior to that role, he spent 18 years as a management consultant, specialising in strategy and organisational development, and 10 years of those was as partner in a global consulting firm. He currently is a lay member of the Legal Practitioners Disciplinary Tribunal in Ireland, a lay member of the UK House of Commons Select Committee on Standards, and a member of the Uruk Justice Commission Expert Advisory Committee. Thanks so much, Dr. Maguire.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone, here and elsewhere. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on some reflections on my views on police oversight and the role of the Ombudsman's Office over the last 20 years. Inevitably, I'm going to focus on my tenure as Police Ombudsman between 2012 and 2019. It seems like a long time ago now, but I think that's just my mind might be playing tricks on me at this stage. It's a pleasure to be here at Queen's. I have huge affection for this as an institution, and indeed wouldn't have had the life chances I've had I not received the education that I had here. And thanks also for the invitation from CAJ. I always regarded them as a critical friend during my time as Police Ombudsman. At times it was more critical than friend, but I think that was okay. I was able to live with that. I don't know where I was when I heard that the Chief Executive of the Police Ombudsman's Office, Sam Pollock, had resigned in April 2011. It was hardly a "where were you when Kennedy was shot" moment. But I do remember that my antenna was raised. Sam resigned as Chief Executive. He had been appointed by Nuala. He had been there for 10 years. He resigned citing a number of problems, including what he said was meddling in the office by the Department of Justice, and importantly, what he saw as too close a relationship with the police. His overall assertion was that the independence of the office had been undermined and therefore compromised. I was the Chief Inspector of Criminal Justice at the time, with inspection responsibilities for the Ombudsman's Office. And I knew that an allegation of a lack of independence on the Police Ombudsman's Office was a serious allegation as you could make in the context of policing in Northern Ireland. As you will know, it was a critical component of police reform that an independent oversight body was established. And Maurice Hayes, in his report which set up the Ombudsman's Office, said very clearly, and I quote, "The overwhelming message I got from nearly all sides and from all political parties was the need for the investigation to be independent and to be seen to be independent. The main value that was impressed on me was independence, independence, independence." So central to the concept of the Police Ombudsman's Office, unlike other jurisdictions, including Ireland and Britain, was that the police would not mark their own homework when it came to the investigation of complaints. And from the early days of the office, the independence of the work was clearly emphasised and indeed clearly demonstrated. And I think the work of Nuala Malone, Sam Pollock and Dave Wood as the senior investigator and their teams clearly established the Police Ombudsman's Office as a recognised gold standard of civilian police oversight. You only have to look at arrangements in the USA, Australia, Ireland, GB and the European countries to see the strengths of the arrangements that we have here in Northern Ireland relative to elsewhere. As Police Ombudsman, I investigated all public complaints against the police, including misconduct and criminal investigations. There was no area of policing that was outside the work of the office. We could call ourselves into an investigation in the public interest, public reports and so on. I've been doing some work recently in Melbourne, in the University of Monash with colleagues, and I can tell you they look with envy, absolute envy, at the police oversight arrangements in Northern Ireland, the breadth and the depth of what we have here in terms of oversight, the oversight architecture. But coming back to Sam's resignation, I remember saying to my deputy in CJI that we would have to watch what happened very closely. And at the time, I was quite prepared to call myself into an investigation into the Police Ombudsman's Office if necessary. But in the end, it wasn't, because I was asked by Al Hutchinson to undertake an inspection into the independence of the office and its relationship with the police. And my inspection report was, I have to say, extremely critical, citing a number of concerns. A lowering of independence in the way the office handled history cases. What I saw as a dysfunctional management team which seemed to be split down the middle. An office unduly influenced by stakeholders. Reports were, the term I used, reports were subject to buffeting by various parties. There were difficulties with the flows of intelligence material to investigators. Families I felt were handled badly, with initial findings being presented to them and then conclusions changing over time. Some for quite legitimate reasons, others I'm not so sure. But one thought struck me at the time, which was, despite the strong legislative base of the Police Ombudsman's Office, the resources, the experience that existed within the building, the strong reputation for delivery, independence was still seen as an issue over 10 years after the office was established. It demonstrated to me that, and certainly when I took on the role, it demonstrated that independence, while hard won, could be easily lost and not taken for granted. And the importance, for me as Police Ombudsman reflecting back on it, the importance of having an independent civilian office for police oversight was demonstrated in case after case. In my time, there were accusations that the police watched Seamus Fox being beaten to death outside Woodburn Police Station and did nothing. That they stood by while Kevin McDade in Coleraine was attacked by a mob and murdered. That the senior team of the PSNI, the Chief Constable and Assistant Chief Constables, had behaved corruptly in their handling of an investigation into serving and former senior police officers. Those are about as serious allegations you can get in the context of policing in any jurisdiction. In all these cases, and indeed others, my conclusion was the allegations were unfounded. While there was no doubt it was uncomfortable and difficult for those officers involved in the investigation, it was absolutely necessary to have an independent investigation of those complaints. And it was essential that these findings were believed and accepted to ensure public confidence in policing. I believe the findings were accepted because the office had established a reputation for not being afraid to criticise the police when and where it was necessary to do so. In my time, again, there were significant failures to find the remains of James Fenton after he absconded from a hospital, and problems with other missing person cases. There was a mistaken release of Gary Haggerty, who went on to kill 2 people. There were errors in the investigations associated with Maria Cahill and Peter Heffron, and failures in the police investigation into On the Run's controversy. All high-profile cases where it was necessary to have clear accountability and the results published. But it always used to amuse me that when some who had accepted the contemporary failures of policing rushed to defend, in some cases, what were the excesses of the past. And in relation to work of the office, legacy often was seen as the third rail. There had been a challenge to the work from the publication of the first report. You may remember the confrontation between Nuala and Ronnie Flanagan over the Omagh report, which said there were significant failures in the Omagh police investigation into the Omagh bombing. He said he would publicly commit suicide if the failings were seen to be true. It was the rock upon which the tenure of Al Hutchinson perished, yet it was the ability of the office to tackle the past and to give confidence in this work which either undermined its investigations into contemporary policing or indeed strengthened confidence in those investigations, depending on your viewpoint. In my own case, I published in the region of 10 legacy reports, including investigations into Loughlin Island, Joe Campbell, the Good Samaritan bomb in Derry, the attack in Jerry Adams. It was my report on steak knife to the Director of Public Prosecution which led to the establishment of the work of John Boucher. And there were other reports that couldn't be published because of legal cases that were underway. I am and remain, I was at the time, and I remain extremely proud of the work we published in this area. It helped give families some important information which they did not have before, and provided some answers to the concerns which had been raised. The responses to these reports and others, however, were often attacks on the credibility of the office, which bred into its contemporary investigations. It also caused significant operational problems at times and increasing tensions with police past and present. Thus, there were many attacks on the office or criticism of the office rather, by retired police officers who did not like the criticism of the RUC. Most notably, there was a failed attempt to have the report into the Loughlin Island massacre quashed. There was the need for me to judicially review the Chief Constable Matt Baggett over the provision of information. And indeed, there were other public spats over information provision over a period of time. Moving to the contemporary situation, there were accusations of a witch hunt by the Police Federation, who, in my view, quite simply didn't understand the concept of police oversight. Given that 70% of the complaints against officers were not upheld, I have to say, if it was a witch hunt, it was a very bad one. And also, there was criticism of the office by families and NGOs who did not like the conclusions of reports. I used to say at the time that a good Ombudsman's report was often like a good exam question. It was one that you knew the answer to. And that simply couldn't be the case. You had to have a situation where you were going to challenge, you were going to put information in the public domain which people did not like. And that was simply always going to be the case. I remember I was interviewed, I'm the only Ombudsman that was appointed under devolution. And in my interview with was Martin McGuinness and Peter Robinson at the time, they said what a success looked like, I think was one of the questions. And I rather tritely said, if success will be, I will piss both of you off. And that's the nature of the office. There will be product of the work of the office simply that you will not like. I mention these examples only to reinforce the message that the concept of police oversight, 20 years after it was established, is still under challenge by a wide variety of stakeholders who don't like the work that it produces. And as is often the case, if you don't like the message, you try and shoot the messenger. Allied to this was the need for me to challenge very publicly the Department of Justice and just the Minister, and thus the Minister, over funding of the office. Not a space that any public official wants to find themselves in, but it was absolutely necessary to do so. All the while having to deal with many of the other operational problems and issues with the press. So what are the key messages, thinking back on my time and the office and how that may be spread over some other aspects? Well, I think, as I said earlier, you cannot take independence for granted. It can be fragile, hard-won, easily lost, yet it's a critical factor in the delivery of effective civilian police oversight. There will always be tension between the oversight body and the organisation it's responsible for. That is inevitable and indeed, I have to say, to some degree, desirable. It's important to recognise, however, that the police are not the only constituency. The public must have confidence in the work of the oversight arrangements if they are to work. Meaningful independence protects the public as well as the police in that regard. But accountability, in my experience, looking back at my time, was not just about investigation. In order to maintain public confidence in oversight, the results of investigations I felt had to be published. Quite often I was accused on many occasions by justice agencies of grandstanding, both in CJI and in PONI, because I put a lot of effort into the publication of reports. But I always felt it was essential that the work of the office reached as wide an audience as possible. And the fact that around 80% of those surveyed had heard of the Office of the Police Ombudsman and believed it was independent of the police, I always felt was critically important. Again, looking back at my time, we have to think about legacy and the impact of what that had in relation to the office itself. I was always a strong supporter of the Stormont House Agreement, which proposed a series of legacy structures to deal with the past. This seems to have been jettisoned. I felt that this would allow a properly resourced series of legacy structures to examine the past in a more comprehensive way while allowing the Ombudsman's Office to focus on the present. One lesson I have learned throughout my time is that whatever structures are put in place, unfettered access to information is absolutely critical. In Police Ombudsman's Office, the legislation said the police must give information to the office. And this was absolutely essential in the context of confidence in police oversight and the way in which it engaged with the police itself. I've been involved in the URUC Justice Commission in Melbourne, which is a royal commission, the first of its type, which has been set up in Australia, looking at colonisation and its impact on First Peoples, but also the contemporary relationship between First Peoples and the state of Victoria itself. It's the first of its kind in the history of Australia. And I was very clear in helping with the terms of reference, but in also talking to the commissioners, that access to information is critical. And the powers of a Royal Commission in the URUC Justice Commission gives them access across the board, which I think is hugely important. But obviously, tackling legacy is not just about investigating the police and other state agencies. It's wider and include other actors as well. There's an entirely separate issue from that, which is what can be published. I think getting access to information is one thing. What you do with it, I think, is another. And we always were very careful in the context of reports to make sure that while the conclusions were solid and based on strong foundations, not everything that we found was put into the public domain. And that was absolutely right and necessary because of the constraints from a human rights point of view. So I think the critical issue here is that more robust arrangements are required than what certainly exists at the minute. So I think in conclusion, to look back, the police have incredible powers to arrest, to search, to take life. And the issues, while maybe different from 20 years ago in the context of Black Lives Matter, the abuse of power, public order policing, the need for civilian police oversight is as strong now as it was 20 years ago. One thing we can be sure of, I think, is that the Police Ombudsman Office was, and I believe remains, a critical factor in maintaining public confidence in policing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. We're running a little over time, but I think we have a few minutes for questions and answers anyway, about 10. Okay. And just to say thank you very much again to Dr. Maguire. I think that was really fascinating and really emphasises points that are relevant not just here, but also to the reform process that's happening with An Garda Síochána. And in particular, I thought that point about the need for tension between the oversight body and the police force is actually a positive thing. I think we need to remember that, and we've certainly seen a little bit of it in the past few weeks down south as well. But it's a positive thing, and ensuring independence, of course, is really important as well. So I'm just going to go to the floor to see if there's any questions here. And we're also going to take questions by the chat. Robin, are you going to tell me those questions, or are you going to... You'll pass them to me. Okay, Grant. So can I open the floor to any questions? Anything from the chat?
Stunned into silence.
Not a minute. I had a question for Richard. Richard, you mentioned, one of the points about really operationalising human rights within a police force is not just about having the right standards and having, having it in the law, let's say, but also it's about social encounters. And I wonder, do you think that has been addressed in training, of the PSNI here or in other police forces, that idea that there needs to be that engagement at the community level, maybe to ensure that police officers are internalising human rights, and I suppose, as you said, learning through social encounters?
Yeah, I mean, I think it really, again, is important to think about particular aspects of policing and the type of encounters that they have. So an officer in the tactical support group will be dressed in an entirely different way in different communities, having very different interactions from a neighbourhood officer. Both are encountering rights every day. For neighbourhood officers, I found that they didn't necessarily talk in rights terms, but the kinds of social, family, community issues they were encountering absolutely engaged rights, but rights didn't necessarily resonate in the same way. And I think part of that, again, it's this kind of vigilance and curiosity, is that because rights had been internalized, but it wasn't useful to make it explicit in certain contexts. And some officers said, actually, it's not helpful to talk about rights in certain communities. It can put people off. For tactical support group officers, the idea of rights interferences was really important and reinforced and made very explicit. They had a sense that they were entering somebody else's house, that this had implications for how you went about your search, both procedurally and making sure you have the appropriate authorizations. So in those kind of micro contexts, the points of socialization rights was kind of coming in and out in different ways. But I think it's striking this balance between making rights conscious, but also not making it kind of superficial or going through the motions. So if you're a community officer, how do you promote rights-based thinking in a way that makes sense when they're interacting with communities? With a tactical support group officer, I think, there's something in being far more explicit about the privacy rights and making sure you have the appropriate authorizations. So I think there's kind of subtle differences, but what I would be wary of is this idea of rights fatigue and the socialization through training of how you continue to talk about rights. So how do you mature and develop a rights discourse 20 years on? Because as one officer said, it's a bit like the safety warning on the flight attendants tell you about when you get on the plane. You just kind of turn off at a certain point, it, and it's the usual spiel. And I think it's kind of 20 years on, how do you make it not the usual spiel, but make it still resonate? And I think this goes back to Alison's point about training and updating training, and the role of refresher courses as not just going over the same material, but actually trying to make it resonate with current policing issues. Yeah.
Absolutely. Thanks, Richard. We have a question. We have two questions on the floor, so I'll take the lady at the back here first. I'll just remind you, no one will hear you online unless you're speaking into a microphone, so you might wait till we hand you the microphone. Thank you.
Hello. I just wanted to ask about, obviously there's a burden on the organisations like the PSNI to make sure that they're human rights compliant and that their officers are acting in a human rights compliant way. But Patten was all about policing with the community. So is there more that can be done to make sure that communities know what their rights and entitlements are under the human rights framework? And is there enough being done at the moment? And what changes do you think could happen to make sure that communities are more empowered to make sure that their human rights are being respected and that they're being empowered to ensure that's happening?
I think that's a great question, and I would notice that the next panel is policing with the community, and they might be better placed to answer that question. But would anyone here like to respond?
I would say, well, perhaps very quick response. I think you've hit the nail on the head. If people don't know they've got rights or that they can enforce rights, then they're probably not worth having. But I think the police have to do more to make their policy accessible. So they need to publish all of their policies, which they still don't really do routinely. There's always something being held back. The public need to be told by their leaders. Communities need to be shown by their leaders that human rights are a good thing. I think too often in Northern Ireland, communities are told that human rights are a bad thing, and they don't really, there's nothing in it for them, they don't apply to them, and that they're somehow depriving them of something that the other crowd are getting. I think that's terribly disruptive, and it's just not true. So that's just a rhetoric that needs to change. And then in terms of the oversight bodies, absolutely, they have a duty to put into the public domain, not just what the police do or what they think of it, but all the background, the rationale, the reasoning, what the communities have said to them, and engage with the communities. Community engagement is a bit like training. It's great in principle, but it's always the first thing that goes. And it's rarely, I should say, really meaningful. So little engagement days or events, and people turn up, the same people at every event and say the same thing every time. Just isn't the way to do it. Now, I'm not saying I know the answers to how you do that better, but you're absolutely right. Unless the public's really engaged in this and invested in it, it's not going to change over the longer term.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, the essence of Patten in some degree was policing with the community, a different type of policing than which had existed before. And there's no doubt the nature of the police relationship with a range of communities in Northern Ireland is vastly improved from what it used to be years ago. But I do remember when I was in CJI, it's probably a bit outdated now, but I did do a report on policing with the community. And there were both cultural and practical issues within policing which I think undermined their attempts. I think, first of all, it was a bit idiosyncratic. The good district commander, who had a real vision and sense of what that meant, drove it through his particular area of operations. That wasn't the case uniformly across the board. I think there were issues around the allocation of resources. Community support officers, community police officers, quite often were seen as yellow pack police officers. They weren't as good as detectives. They weren't as good as other types of police officers, and therefore there was a stigma attached to doing that kind of policing, which was actually essential to what needed to be done. And there was also the abstraction of officers. I mean, the first time a problem hit, those officers were drawn and put into something else, and that caused problems, certainly where relationships have been built up over a period of time. So I think it's better. Is there room for improvement? Absolutely. And I think that's where the role of the likes of the policing board, community safety partnerships, although I think when you look at the role of community safety partnerships, I'm not sure we could put our hands on heart and say they've been a unified success in that regard. So I think there's both issues within policing, but also the oversight architecture and the way in which it's used to engage with police. I think there are issues where it could be developed further.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to take two questions. I have one from online, and there was a gentleman there with his hand up. Would you like to?
Hi. Hi, I'm John Munder. I've followed Alison, so I've been, as Human Rights Advisor for the Policing Board, so I've been copying out most of her work. So, but I wanted to ask about the politics of accountability in the sense that, I've heard other jobs in policing where the appointment of the accountability mechanism is all about somebody independent, like Mike. Here we have a combination of, in the policing board, independent members, but also politicians, people from the political parties. That's an interesting and unique model. I just wondered what Richard, Alison, and Mike think about that as a model that we should be exporting to other countries around the world, or whether it's unique to the Northern Ireland processes.
Sorry.
Okay, apparently I'm in the firing line first.
That's what's called a pregnant pause, I think.
Nice to see you, John. John has been carrying on really stoically and improving upon the work I was doing for years. So, and he understands how the board works better than anybody now. I think There are disadvantages to having politicians on these sorts of oversight bodies. However, one of the great advantages to having the politicians there is the democratic accountability and buy-in and the representation that it brings, I think. But also politicians, and I think because of Northern Ireland's size, politicians here have a real into communities, and they're sometimes the best providers of evidence of what the police are doing, as much as the community themselves. So I think the balance is probably in favour of having politicians, but I think it's very specific to Northern Ireland perhaps and where it came from. But you absolutely do have to have it balanced out by really strong independent members. And I found in my time, and I'm not giving away any sort of secrets, and I've said it then, I'll say it again, what often happened with human rights, or with an issue that was dressed up as human rights, is that there were two extreme positions to be taken on it, depending on what your politics were, not depending on the merit of the there or what the police really did in the circumstances. But there was one way of looking at it and another way of looking at it, and there could never be agreement. So I think that's a real danger, and I think that's heightened a little bit with politics. The other thing that has to be said, I think, in all honesty, is that with politicians on boards, the idea was that they wouldn't be politicians as they were sitting on the board. So they happened to be politicians nominated by their parties, but they weren't acting as party politicians while carrying out the functions of the board. And I think that's where Northern Ireland sometimes got it wrong.
I don't have a problem at all with the concept of politicians being involved in police oversight. It's such a contested space that I think it's important that there is political accountability in relation to policing because of the nature of the beast. Where it becomes a problem is that where it interferes with the operations of the board. I think that's the issue. And as Alison says, the concept was that you leave your political hat at the door when you move into the police oversight arrangements. And I think if you look at the policing board as an observer in my role as in CJI, but also as an ombudsman, I mean, I could see it change over time. And I think when it first was established, inevitably the politics were critical because it was new, because of the nature and controversy of police reform, that there was inevitably going to be an element of political disquiet in relation to the board and what it was doing. I think one of the consequences of that personal opinion was that, the role of the board was to support the police, but also to hold it to account. I felt at times it was too much on the former rather than the latter. And I think that was a political issue more than anything else. And I do remember at CJI being asked for recommendations that CJI had made. And by some political members, and I said, well, why don't you have them? And they said, well, we don't have them. We simply don't have them. So I remember giving them 2 volumes that thick of CJI recommendations and giving them to all board members and saying, look, there's a critical role here for the board in delivering on some of the issues that have been developed in the context of the oversight. And I think if we're talking about failures, I think one of the issues that I felt I didn't do as well in either role was to try and join up the architecture of oversight. I always felt that triangle between the policing board, CJI, the ombudsman, was pretty powerful in holding the police to account, but I always felt it was too fragmented and a bit too disjointed, and we tended to operate a wee bit in our own silos in a way which perhaps worked to the benefit of those who didn't want to see strong oversight. So I have no difficulty with the concept. I think it just becomes a problem when it starts to interfere in operations. In the context of what it is you're trying to do.
Thanks. We really are very tight for time, but we do have a question here from Helen Hall, who's the CEO of the Policing Authority. So I'm just going to put that quickly to the panel. What is best practice for ensuring that covert policing or security matters are not beyond the reach of oversight in relation to human rights-based policing? I might give Richard a chance to answer if you want to, just because you didn't get to speak the last time. It's okay if you don't.
I'm pretty placed to answer that one. I think
Okay.
I think Alison and Michael are much better placed.
Alison?
How to ensure accountability?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, you have to.
What's the best practice?
You have to accept that they should be accountable, and that isn't always accepted. You have to accept that there are areas where you are never going to be able to give access to the public as well. So there has to be a balance. But there has got to be some way of independent people being able to oversee it. Yeah. There is no alternative to that. The model they have now with the independent reviewer, I think, of terrorism legislation is a really good one. The policing board got around the problem by, well, it was actually more difficult in Northern Ireland than it should be in the Republic. It should be very easy in the Republic because state security is also dealt with by the Gardaí. Northern Ireland, there are other agencies who are also responsible for national security. But in the policing board, it was by recognising that all those national security things were done alongside the police. And there was always an executive policing element to it. So you could look at it from that point. You go in through the policing aspect. And also I found that the police really welcomed scrutiny of all the other national security staff, because often they're the ones who are at the very last sort of end, the tail end of say, a covert operation. But they're the ones who get all the blame if it doesn't go right or if something comes out later on. But they can't say anything themselves. They can't say, well, it wasn't us. That was your man in the other organisation. So it does everyone a favour, I think, if light is cast on it. And I would look at the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation model and the policing board looking at the executive policing side of it. But even the independent reviewer will tell you that his isn't the best model of those independent reviewers, and perhaps the Australian model is a really good one to follow. But you have to have it, and I think it starts by acknowledging that it's necessary.
I think a number of answers to that question. I think the legislative base for covert policing here, I think, is different from what it is in the Republic of Ireland when we have RIPA, and that places obligations on the police in relation to the agent handling, for example, the sign-off arrangements, and the oversight associated with that. I can't remember what the current form of the surveillance commissioners is called, but they have access to all the material within the police itself, and do reviews on a regular basis in relation to what is handled in that regard. I've always felt, because of the nature of allegations that came to the office, particularly in that space, that access was critical, access to information. And if my legislation had not said the police must give me information, I would have had a problem. Now, did I get all the information? Well, on occasion, no, because some of it popped up at a different context at a later stage. But as a senior police officer said to me one time, he said, Michael, he says, no one's going to risk their career by not giving the police ombudsman information. No contemporary police officer is going to risk their career by not giving police ombudsman information. But I do think the concept of, and I did fight, in inverted commas, very strongly to say, look, you're not compartmentalising off areas of policing to say that's not for the ombudsman to take a look at. But as Alison says, when you do look at it and what you do with that information are two entirely separate issues, but you have got to give confidence that an issue's been looked at properly in that regard. And if the legislative base of the office had not been what it was, I think that would have been difficult.
Thank you so much to Dr. Michael Maguire, Alison Kilpatrick and Dr. Richard Martin. I think it's been a really fascinating panel. I'm sorry we've run over time, but I am going to hand you just straight over to Brian's panel, the next panel, and we're going to have a break after that panel. Thank you again.
Hi, everybody. My name is Brian Gormley. I'm Director of CAJ. Can I invite John, Debbie, Lillian and Conal up to the table? Just while they're taking their places, as was indicated earlier, the structure of this panel is somewhat different, that all these people here are in different ways representative of the community, and we would like to have a discussion around policing with the community, which involves the audience here and, if possible, the virtual audience as well. So rather than formal presentations, we're just going to ask our panelists to give an introductory few remarks for 3 or 4 minutes each, and then we'll go into discussion. I see a certain scepticism on the faces of our panellists, but if you can try and keep it under the 5, that will help us, because we are running quite considerably late, and I can see when it comes to lunchtime those bananas and oranges disappearing very fast at the back there. So I'll just very briefly introduce our panellists. We have Dr. John Topping, who's a senior lecturer in criminology here at Queen's, where he specialises in policing, including police reform and accountability, along with stop and search powers. He's also a fellow at the Mitchell Institute. He also, I have to say, full disclosure, is on the executive committee of CAJ, and he's also chairperson of Community Restorative Justice Ireland. Lillian Sinoy-Barr is a refugee activist and prominent Black Lives Matter campaigner. She's over 20 years' experience of working in the community sector, both in Kenya and in Northern Ireland. Lillian is the founder and director of the Northwest Migrant Forum. Lillian has recently become the first black councillor in Northern Ireland, and perhaps we should congratulate you on that achievement. Conal McFeely is a founder, member and development executive of Cregan Enterprises, a social economy enterprise company providing 120,000 square feet of retail, health, community services and workplace provision in Derry City. He's a pioneer and proactive champion of the social economy and equality and social inclusion for all. He also takes a lively interest, I think it's right to say, in policing in his community. Debbie Waters is co-director and a founding member of Northern Ireland Alternatives, a community-based restorative justice project working within grassroots loyalist communities in Northern Ireland. Debbie served a 9-year term, which is a long enough term for anybody, I think, on the Northern Ireland Policing Board, with 4 of those years in the role of vice chair. And she currently advises extensively on policing with the community. She's a visiting professor at Ulster University. So perhaps in that order, if I can ask John, just from where you're sitting, just to make a few opening remarks, and then we'll pass it down the line.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks, CAJ, ICCL, for inviting me here this morning. It's quite nervy getting back to these in-person meetings. We're not quite used to it. And it's been 3 years, almost to the day, that I had the Chief Constable, Simon Byrne, for his very first public engagement here in this room, talking about stop and search. So it's great not to have to actually organise a conference. But what I want to do very briefly, just to set a few opening remarks, I don't want to talk about necessarily what has happened over the past 3 years since then, nor do I want to get bogged down in the very short time that I have in jousting around in-year stop and search statistics. We can do that later if we want. But what I want to have a look at and mention briefly, some of the complex and more long-standing issues with regard to stop and search and PSNI. And what I want to start off with very quickly, it is the elusive nature of stop and search. And I think setting aside the unique and arguably very necessary Justice and Security Act stop and search powers because of the security situation here, it's the ordinary stop and search powers under the Misuse of Drugs Act 1971 and the Police and Criminal Evidence Northern Ireland Order of 1989, MDA and PACE, as I'll call them, which are the case in point. I mean, the PSNI have been in possession of these same PACE powers as we've had in England and Wales for 20 years and beyond, yet they have tended to remain hidden in plain sight within the accountability and operational frameworks of policing that we have here. Indeed, it's very curious that between 2004-5 and 2015-16, PSNI's use of PACE and MDA specifically have increased by 74%. PSNI now commands the 5th highest stop and search usage rate in the UK for those powers. 8 out of 11 PSNI's districts have stop and search rates above the average in England and Wales, and every single PSNI district has an arrest rate of below that in England and Wales for stop and search. Or in other words, PSNI, by their own annual statistics, their own scoreboard, are arguably the poorest performing police service in the UK for stop and search, seemingly immune to some of those reformatory moves that we've seen in England and Wales, compounded really by the fact that the stop and search has not been mentioned once in the last decade of Northern Ireland Policing Board policing plans, notwithstanding Alison and John's human rights reports, where it certainly does get some attention. And if we take, for example, Misuse of Drugs Act specifically, Misuse of Drugs Act actually comprises 76% of all normal non-terrorist stop and search, but it only has an arrest rate of 5%. That is in fact only 1% above the much derided Section 60 suspicion list powers used in England and Wales. It's quite remarkable. And of course, notwithstanding the fact that the arrest rate for children under 18s in Northern Ireland sits at 4%, or 96 times out of 100 there isn't an arrest. So really the question is, how in a rights-based sense has stop and search become so prolific yet unseen within the Northern Irish context? And it's also remarkable that it has taken until September 2021 for PSNI to publish their first ever dedicated service instruction on stop and search, which a number of people, including myself, have committed to, commented on in this room, but something which really merely restates the legal powers incumbent on PSNI anyway for stop and search. Yet we have over a decade of empirical research which demonstrates that not only that the effect of stop and search, particularly on children and young people, the negative effects, that as demonstrated in the recent Young Life and Time survey run by Queen's here by myself, PSNI's own survey of 3,000 children and young people run this year, the powers in significant instances are not being used appropriately or correctly. Children and young people and lots of adults are not aware of their rights. Records are not being kept. Receipts are not being given. And what that tells us is that stop and search is actually happening more than it's recorded. And overwhelmingly, we know stop and search has a net negative effect on police-community relations. Or in other words, as some of my own work has demonstrated over the years, the implicatory effect of police culture, of organisational culture, which causes the legal boundaries of stop and search to be stretched and stretched and stretched. That's what the evidence tells us. But should we be surprised? And maybe something we'll talk about today. On the one hand, no, because PACE and MDA powers, these are the very same problems that I'm mentioning, which evidence has pointed to and which has existed in England and Wales for decades for the very same powers. Yet beneath our police accountability architecture, stop and search has evaded largely the ordinary powers I'm talking about, has evaded that level of scrutiny. And in fact, we had the opportunity here to be ahead of policing for stop and search in the UK and Ireland, because of course we already have the UNCRC, United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, enshrined within PACE Code of Practice A, but set against policy-based evidence making, not evidence-based policy making, which I think has driven a lot of the stop and search usage here. What we can see is, are a couple of different problems. First of all, is a sheer lack of understanding about the technicalities of stop and search within some of those oversight structures. And again, notwithstanding John and Alison, I have given evidence to the Policing Board's performance committees on many occasions, and there are very few who actually grasp the difference between the different legal regimes within those committees. So what are we saying? Just to briefly finish here, Brian. Stop and search occupies this dual role, a bit like Schrodinger's cat. It's part of this overt justice curriculum, as you might call it. On one hand, of course, stop and search on the surface is human rights compliant, it's well regulated, it's overseen and deals with crime, or so we think. But it's also part of what you might call a covert justice curriculum, where the experience of people on the receiving end is a very different story, where relatively high levels of stop and search, mostly concentrated in socioeconomically deprived areas of the country, categorise and exclude people. And of course, not forgetting the fact that the main stop and search power of PSNI, Misuse of Drugs Act, doesn't actually deal with drugs or crime at all, barely at all, in terms of the outcomes. So in short, when it comes to stop and search as a human rights issue, It's a power with diminishing returns on investment, as you might describe it. As the evidence shows, the more the power is used, the lower the legal threshold gets around the test of reasonable suspicion, and the lower the outcome rates. It's something that we have with PSNI at the minute. Not forgetting, of course, the impact in a whole variety of communities. And really the question then today, and maybe we'll get a discussion, is not whether a more rights-based approach can be taken as part of PSNI stop and search usage, but why haven't we been seeing that front and centre as part of stop and search for those ordinary powers? And 3 years on from the Chief Constable sitting in this very room, having spoken critically about the impacts and effects of stop and search, it would appear that the practical reality of the ground in 2021 is not so much that PSNI stop and search practice deviates from law or civil liberties per se, but those rights don't appear to be particularly relevant for PSNI to some particular individuals and groups. Particularly young males from socio-economically deprived backgrounds. We've got an emerging body of evidence around BAME communities and also established evidence around travellers as well. So in a rights-based sense, and just to finish, for stop and search 20 years on, I would suggest there is still an awful lot of work to do. So that's me, Brian.
Thank you, John. I would have wrapped the podium, except I saw the end of your paragraph coming. So, Lillian.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here. And as a recipient of CAJ unwavering support, I'm really honored to be asked to speak today. Back in February 2008, a conference on policing the future was held at the prestigious Waterfront Hall, attended by policing dignitaries from across the world. The policing changes process in the North of Ireland was heralded as a blueprint for democratic policing anywhere in the world. Now, the former chairperson of the Northern Ireland Policing Board, Professor Desmond Rea, even suggested that the PSNI represent what is best in modern day policing. From what we've heard this morning, it appears that there is some degree of progress that is welcomed. But I think we can all agree that in a democracy, structures of police governance and its workforce should reflect the demographic characteristic of the community being policed. This week, the news has been dominated by coverage of the PSNI 20 years on, with some leading figures calling on the return of 50-50 recruitment of Catholics and Protestants. There is evidence to suggest that the delivery of policing, whether in the form of force or service, has been inferior for some social groups than others. So today, my focus is on minority ethnic communities. Sometimes it seems like minority ethnic people are the invisible communities that no one considers unless it is a fashionable topic of the day. It is true to say the Black and minority ethnic communities are underrepresented in all levels of policing and does not come close to reflecting the current demographics in the North of Ireland. The history of differential treatment in policing minority ethnic communities and how they have been targeted for particular forms of policing is well documented, be it public-initiated encounters with the police, such as reporting crime, police-initiated encounters such as stop and search, which we've had a lot this morning, and the decisions to caution, arrest, and charge. In 2020, investigation carried out by Vice World News and the Detail revealed that the PSNI have one of the highest rate of using stop and search in the UK, but the lowest rate on arrest. And in 2020, statistics that we haven't been given, I'll do a little bit of that. Over 25,000 people were stopped and searched. When compared with police force in England and Wales, between 2019 and 2020, Northern Ireland had the third highest rate of stop and search, with just 6% of searches leading to an arrest. But the most interesting revelation was that not only does the data show the frequent of use of stop and search, it also reveals that the police disproportionately target ethnic minorities and children. Of the 25,000 stops where ethnicity was reported, Black people encountered and for an equivalent of 4.1 of the total, despite making up 1.8 of the population, of the total population. In 2020, over 4.2% of all COVID fines went to people of minority ethnic backgrounds, with Black people making up almost half of these fines. There is no doubt that racist beliefs, xenophobic attitudes, and racial prejudice remain widespread within Northern Ireland society. Where the most overt forms of racism and participation in the white power movement is rare, racist attitude, anti-immigrant feelings, and xenophobic values have deeply manifested in all levels of society today. If police officers are a cross-section of society, then it can be expected that some will be racially prejudiced. One of the most controversial areas of police targeting relates to the policing of the 6 June 2020 Black Lives Matter protest, which I organized. In my view, the protest will go down in history as the single event that exposed institutional racism in the police service of Northern Ireland. In a week where huge crowds were gathered outside of furniture shops, followed by a hands-off approach to a far-right protest afterwards, this was a them and us situation. What led to differential treatment of public gathering in 2020? When I try to make sense of this, stereotype of Black people have been more consistent in that they are thought to be more prone to violence, crime, and drug abuse, to be suspicious, hard to handle, aggressive, and troublesome. Undoubtedly, the decision-making process to criminalize the Black Lives Matter protest was reinforced by individual racial prejudices of high-ranking police officers. Racial discrimination, both direct and indirect, and harassment are endemic within our society, and the police service is no exception. There is also a direct and vital link between internal culture in the way people are treated and external performances. To date, there have been very few prosecutions and convictions under the hate crime legislation, including relating to incitement to hatred. Outcome rates for crime with a hate motivation are consistently lower than other recorded crimes. And in a country where you know your community is treated differently, everyone is affected. And in the words of Martin Luther King Jr., it is not possible to be in favor of justice for some people and not be in favor of justice for all. We have evidence that shows when people from ethnic minorities reported crimes of which they had been victims, police officers will victimize them further by detaining them or questioning those people who were suspected of being in breach of migration law. Many of the police encounters with minority ethnic peoples offers consistently demonstrate little regard for their civil liberties. The unnecessary repeated harassment and the heavy-handed approach used to intimidate protesters at the Derry's Black Lives Matter protest, the caution and threats of prosecution issued to organizers is at its best the definition of institutional racism in policing. Nothing has been more damaging to the relationship between the police and the Black community than the ill-judged use of stop and search powers and the disproportionately policing of Black Lives Matter protest. For young Black men in particular, the humiliating experience of being repeated, stopped, and searched is a fact of life, particularly here in Belfast. For many of us, we were left with the feeling that the police service is not a service we can depend on to protect and safeguard our human rights. It is hardly surprising that those in the receiving end should develop hostile attitudes towards policing. The simple fact is the idea of policing by consent is compromised if systems of accountability fail to reflect the ethnic diversity of the population. It also affects how minority ethnic people are perceived and policed when police officers themselves have little contact on a social and professional level. The right to walk the streets and the right to protest is a fundamental human right. And even if the numbers of minority ethnic police officers are depressingly low, it is crucial that the behaviors and practice of white officers, who will inevitably form the overwhelming majority, are underpinned by the principles of respect, fairness, and accountability. Public confidence is the fundamental cornerstone for successful community policing. However, seeking to achieve trust and confidence through the demonstration of fairness will not in itself be sufficient. It must be accompanied by a pursuit of openness and accountability. I would strongly argue that producing a police service which more closely reflects the population it serves is important not only as a goal, but also as a means to the end of improving service provision. That is, it increases the chances that the services provided with the appropriate, relevant, accessible, and of high standard to all members of the community. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lillian. Conal?
Again, I'd like to thank CAJ to give the voice of my particular community in terms of the issue of policing. I think if there would be a view within the Craigan community, it hasn't been given a voice in terms of how the particular community has been policed. I was reading an article last week on the Sunday Independent by Joe Brawley, which he may well be correct to say that sections of the Catholic nationalist community would now welcome the improvements to community policing structures as envisaged by Patten. However, there is no doubt that the current structures of what I would call security-based policing in many communities, and particularly in Craigan, in Derry, like those of the old RUC, are not welcome. They're viewed by many as counterproductive to any notion of proper scrutiny or accountability of policing reforms that we envisage coming from Patten. There's certainly little evidence from my local knowledge to suggest that there's community confidence in policing is improving within my particular community. I would indeed argue that the opposite is now more likely. The big question for people like myself who work in a community setting like Craigan is that, and where the community doesn't understand or has never seen the notion of community policing in the last 20 years, is that all we see is security-based policing, which still holds primacy. And my question in terms of this debate today, who's accountable when things go wrong in the community? Moreover, who's responsible when the rights of individuals and their families are infringed to such an extent that they become marginalised in their communities and are excluded from civil society? In short, I would ask, who is guarding the guards? It was envisaged by Patten that the new foundation principle of policing reform would be a police service. In Craigan, the reality policing is regarded as a force. The people in Craigan need a proper police service, not policing by the TSG, the Tactical Support Group, who are always acting in a manner which causes community disharmony. Why are we told by office after office, that's above my pay grade? Could someone please tell my particular community, when people like myself and others are trying to diffuse tensions, either caused or created by the TSG tactics, where officers come into the community to carry out house raids and stop and search wearing old RUC badges, why can we not get answers from anyone? Why can Derry and Strabane District Council not get a response about TSG tactics and behaviour as happened earlier this year? when the local police commander failed to attend the council meeting to discuss controversial raids involving inappropriate police actions in Craigin? Why has Derry had 9 police commanders in the last 10 years? Why has the community policing model and neighbourhood policing structures within the Derry area been dismantled in favour of the TSG? These are questions which local communities are asking of people like myself and communities on a regular basis. And if this is the case, why is it the Policing Board has failed to comment on the CAJ report, which was cushioned by our council and which they replied to the District Council that indicated the police may be acting inappropriately? It's very unusual for the Craigin community to get a chance to raise these issues at any forum locally. So can I ask, why was a young mother attempting to guide her vulnerable daughter into a neighbour's home, thrown to the ground, arrested and handcuffed before TSG members? Who ordered that action? Who sanctioned that procedure? And who permits it? The other question I would ask is on the question of the use of police body cams. Why a local judge has now stated in court that unless these film footages are produced, then he will throw out any cases that come before him. The other question which I would raise, who is sanctioning the repeated stop and search of individuals and their families in Craigin? And the true scale of these incidents are not being properly recorded. I recently read the latest report by Jonathan Hall, QC, and the independent reviewer of terrorism legislation informs us that in Northern Ireland, we're talking about Northern Ireland, that less than 50 people under Section 43 and Section 43A were stopped. The last time I visited a family, they produced with me over 200 stop and search information cards, which they retained over the last 2 years. And that was only in relation to one member of their household. The other question which I would raise, is it right that we should have surveillance by the police of our children? And why is it the police are asking schools and social workers to monitor our children? A question needs to be answered. There's a view within my particular community that we are not being policed properly. We're being policed by the TSG, which is a security-led initiative. Are they above the law? Are they responding to Simon Byrne's comments that he issued in September 2019 when he said, "My message to them, if you carry on doing this, we will have your house, we will have your car, we will have your kids, we will have your benefits, and we will put you in jail." Who has the right to target our children? We're now seeing on a regular basis in Derry the closing down of bank accounts, not just of dissident Republicans, but also their families, their spouses, and their children. Why is there no appeal against this process? Indeed, why are banks themselves being told that they will face prosecution if they do not close down these bank accounts? These are questions which I think need answered. And I go back to my original question is, who is guarding the guards?
Thanks, Conal. Debbie?
Thanks, Brian. Thank you very much, everyone, for the opportunity to speak at the conference. And I think what I've heard this morning already has been very moving, touching, and real. But can I just start by saying I work within predominantly a loyalist community, working class Protestant community. And 3 years ago, if that community was looking in this conference, they would say, well, you're all lefty do-gooder hand-wringers anyway, and that's what you would say. You would say policing all bad, everything else all good. They would say there wouldn't be stop and search if there weren't dissident Republicans. You have to fight tough with tough. So there is a different view out there, but let me say that in July of this year, I tried to organise a strategic conversation between the Chief Constable and senior Loyalist representatives. And out of 30 people that were invited, 3 responded and said they would be willing to do the engagement. 27 turned down the offer to meet and have a strategic conversation with the Chief Constable. Loyalism has always had a love-hate relationship with policing. It's always been a schizophrenic relationship, because in reality upwards of 5,000 young men from the Shankill were incarcerated as political prisoners. It was the police that lifted them, interrogated them and took them, progressed them through the system. The love-hate relationship has begun to turn in recent months into more of a hate-hate relationship. And that's not a good place for us to be. I can't really talk about policing in the absence of naming the perceived two-tier policing that loyalism feels is happening at the minute, in terms of what's happening with the protocol and Brexit, and in terms of what's happening around COVID. All of those issues play into where we are at the minute, including, as Connell has said, high levels of stop and search in areas like South East Antrim, in areas like Ballymoney and in areas like East Belfast. But most people within the Loyalist community feels that the kind of stop and search that is happening within those areas is perfectly justified. And Ali is right. There's a whole different narrative around rights within working class Protestant community, and it doesn't mean it's right. During my whole tenure on the board, I used to go out into Loyalist communities and say, rights belong to all of us. You need to begin to understand what your rights are, because the bottom line is the level of stop and search that is being used, it is not proving to be effective. It is not yielding results. And actually what it's doing is damaging confidence in policing. So why, as John says, continue to do something that isn't working, and something that actually is bringing our police service into conflict with working class and our most vulnerable communities that are already at risk because of issues like poverty, because of issues like poor levels of mental health and poor levels of under-educational achievement. So policing in Northern Ireland cannot be done in a vacuum of all of those things. So I agree, there's too much security-led policing when there should be community-led policing. But the question, I think, is what should policing with the community look like? If Cregan is calling out for a different type of policing, what should that look like? And in reality, Cregan needs to be involved in the negotiations around that. Policing with the community means talking to individual communities and asking them what they want. The difficulty in loyalism at the minute is that people are not even willing to have the conversations. They'll have them with neighbourhood, but they're not willing to have them with senior police officers because they feel that policies, practices and the delivery of policing is discriminatory, biased and is not rooted in policing with the community ethos. I know I'm running out of time, so let me just throw out a few things that I think could be helpful. Patten talked about a cadet scheme, and that's been mentioned on the news this week. The Policing Board, when I was there, talked about an apprenticeship scheme because of some of the language connotations around and the militaristic connotations around the cadet scheme. My challenge to the PSNI and to the Policing Board is that an apprenticeship programme that does not give direct pathways into policing is no use. Because what is discriminating against our communities is actually the fact that it's mostly young people from universities that are getting in. So I agree there needs to be more Catholics. I agree more people from Catholic working class communities. I agree there needs to be more people from ethnic minority communities, but there also needs to be more young people from working class Protestant communities. There are more Protestants in the police, but the ones from middle class communities are struggling to police in working class Protestant communities. So what are the direct pathways into policing? That would be one of my challenges. Another challenge to the PSNI around community-led policing would be step back from stop and search. It's not working in any community. And talk to communities about what they need and what they want. And I suppose finally, to the police and to our politicians would be get your act together around legacy. Because legacy was not mentioned in Patten and because legacy has not been progressed at pace, that is poisoning how current day communities are being policed. And I suppose now that I am no longer on the Policing Board, I can say some things that I couldn't say before. I want to also challenge the accountability mechanisms, because the statutory remit of the board is not only to hold the police to account, but to build confidence in policing. My challenge over the past 18 months is, how have you been doing that? What communities have you been in? Who have you been listening to? And if you don't do that, you cannot hold the police to account for a lack of policing with the community, because actually the board doesn't know and isn't hearing directly from communities what they want in terms of community policing. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much to the panel. I'm afraid the timekeeping has meant that we haven't made up any time.
Sorry.
You obviously need some more policing down there, I think.
All right.
However, thanks very much for those contributions. And there's been some robust criticism of the PSNI. Some of you may be wondering why we didn't invite the PSNI to actually speak at this conference. They would have been very willing and have said so. We thought that this actually was a useful opportunity for the community, if you like, or civil society to reflect with the help of community representatives, but also, as you've seen from the very distinguished panels that we've had, people who have had a role in police accountability and pushing for a human rights-based policing service, but who are able now to talk freely, not currently in those positions. So that's why we decided to set this space aside. I ought to mention, if it hasn't already been mentioned, that this is the first of 2 seminars. In January or February, we will be having one in the South, looking more particularly at the police reform process there. We feel that the formal input of the PSNI might be useful in that. I'll not give a hostage to fortune by promising it, but it's certainly something we're looking at. Okay, I think we can probably go to 12:20 with questions. And I'll first of all ask for the hall, and then Robin, are you checking the chat? Yeah, right. Okay, so yeah, guy here. Yeah. Wait, if you can just wait for the mic.
Okay, thank you. I just want to thank the panel for speaking. I think possibly because the police aren't here, they can't really defend themselves, but particularly for Connell and Debbie, I'm going to play sort of devil's advocate here a bit. It's very difficult for the police to police areas where there are people still there wishing to do them harm, especially when there are signs up on lampposts saying PSNI out and a PSNI man walking with a target on his back. That's not particularly a good image for a policeman or a policewoman to go into an area with that kind of imagery, festooned and lampposts, etc. And there are malignant elements in certain communities who would still wish to do the police harm. There's absolutely no recognition of that today, and that's why I think the police probably should have been here today to say, look, this is, we are trying our best here. And I can totally understand how in communities it's really, really difficult to police whenever maybe the community aren't willing to engage with the police. So that's what I would like to say, and maybe get your views on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I ought, by the way, just to stress that the PSNI were invited to attend and are attending the conference. It was just a question of speaking I was talking about. Well, Debbie?
Yeah. No, I do think that's a fair challenge. I'm not saying it's easy for the PSNI, and I think a lot of movement and good change has happened over the past 20 years. But I think the problem, I'm not talking about neighbourhood policing. In my experience, neighbourhood policing is done really, really well. What I'm attempting to do today is signal that there needs to be more systemic change within the PSNI, so that they need to look at how they do security-led policing, they need to look at how they do human rights policing, and have they got that as good as they could. But I suppose personally I would like to pay tribute today to neighbourhood, because I think there are a lot of neighbourhood officers that are engaging in communities, that are committed to being there, that have been there for 10, 15, 20 years and are building up really, really good relationships. Connell is saying there's an absence of that where he is, community policing with the community. Where I live and work, there's really good models of community policing happening, and I think that it is difficult for police to go into some areas, but the police also have a policy that there are no-go areas, and that they need to find ways to engage with those communities. And I do think when we talk about people joining the police, over the past number of years, I know of about 5 young people from North Belfast and the Shankill that have joined the police and have had to move out of those areas because they wouldn't feel safe living there. That's not just a policing issue. That's an issue for politicians, for community workers, for all of civic leadership, and for me as well. So in terms of, and my challenge on the board to Sinn Féin always was around not attending attestations and around not supporting police recruitment. This is not solely a policing issue. We all have to step up, and we all have to create an environment that will make our communities much safer a place for us all to live, but for the police to police.
Okay, Connell?
I take your point. Clearly, all I can say from the Craigan community is people in the Craigan community, the vast majority of people in the Craigan community want to see effective community policing. They would like to see that service that was outlined in the Patten Report. Unfortunately, the method of policing, which I've said is that security-led policing, is causing disharmony, is causing major disconnect within the local community. It is also creating a new generation of young people who are being stopped and searched. And people have already alluded to the situation in terms of stop and search. Stop and search is having no impact whatsoever in bringing people to court. It's a waste of a resource. But what it does do, it brings back that history which people had within that particular community of how they viewed the police in the past as political policing. So therefore, there's a job to be done. Yes, we want accountable policing, and yes, we want to see a new method of policing. The fact is, for the last, I would say 10 years in particular, the impact of security-led policing has been counterproductive to getting the community to buy into policing structures, and that's why young people from the area are not interested in joining the police. It's always conflict, and we need to find ways and means of addressing it.
Thanks, Colonel. Either John?
Yeah, I think a partial answer to a very complex question. If we look to the example of the South Armagh policing review, that created quite a bit of controversy. But setting that aside, the belief became as important as the fact around security policing, and security-based policing was in fact a massive barrier. Whether or not that was actually required, that became an ingrained culture in the South Armagh area. So I think looking at that and questioning and looking at the style of policing is absolutely important. So while of course we do have a severe terrorist threat as defined by MI5, it's not an inevitable fate which we need to condemn communities to by the style of policing. So there are other options. It's a very good challenge, a complex problem, and I think the South Armagh Policing Review does offer a partial answer as to how we go about unpicking those very complex and difficult issues, both for the police and also communities.
Thanks.
Well, I wouldn't have any answers for you on that, but what I can say is openness, accountability, and fairness is the only way communities can respond positively to policing. I think community engagement is essential, and a lot of people have said, how do you engage with people who would not want to engage with you? The only reasons why communities would refuse to engage if they consistently are being treated unfairly. I think everybody, the police are not a different entity from the community. They are part of the community. They are brothers, they are sisters, they are nephews, they are uncles, and they are relatives of everyone within the society that we live in. But the practice, the procedures that they use in policing communities is one that completely breaks the relationships, and they have to look at building stronger relationship with communities so that they can police them. Everyone wants to be protected. We do know that the police are critical when it comes to fighting crime. That's what they do. But they also need to protect the communities that they're supposedly fighting crime from. So they have to build relationships.
Thanks.
Maybe could I make one point? I think in terms of the importance of community policing, there was a recent motion passed again by Derry City Council, which is the corporate body of all the elected representatives in the city, representing some 120,000 people. They passed the motion. They're saying part of the problem at the moment in terms of community policing, they actually argued that we need to remove the controlling powers of MI5 from community policing. That's part and parcel of the problem.
Yes, that's been the organisation referred to in earlier discussion, I think, and that is an issue, of course, that MI5 have the lead in intelligence, at least in terms of national security policing. However, I'll take a question now from our virtual audience, just not to leave them out entirely. The question that we have on the chat is, in a country such as Northern Ireland with such contentious social and political issues, shared distrust of the police seems to be one topic on which both sides agree. How can the PSNI prove they're not that they are not biased and do not over-police or under-police one community or the other. You got any great insights, John?
$1 million question. I can only speak from perhaps a stop and search perspective. I think it's a common thread throughout the panel today. I think something missing here is a bold experiment around, and we're talking the ordinary stop and search powers here, not the security related ones. I think what has been missing here has been a bold experiment and reform of stop and search powers, as we witnessed in England and Wales under Theresa May when she was Home Secretary, actually looking at reducing the levels of usage, increasing oversight, increasing, for example, use of independent advisory groups, because we know at a community level, Loyalist, Republican, BAME, it is doing harm to police community relations. It has the connection between ordinary stop and search, as all the evidence shows us, and actually dealing or stopping or preventing crime is close to minimal. So are there other ways we can engage with communities which don't involve what is quite the most common confrontational form of policing that we have here? And I think that's one big piece of the jigsaw. I think a piece of the jigsaw over the past 20 years, which quite frankly has been forgotten in the midst of all the other bigger issues of parades and protests and accountability. Stop and search has been allowed to slide along in the middle, and I think if we had a bit more of a brave experiment around that, we might go some way to improving police-community relations where that is most concentrated.
Lillian?
Well,
I know. Where do you start? More important, where do you finish?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question, because obviously everything in Northern Ireland is politicized, and depending on which side you come from, your community is more important, and also fairness is something that is described in different ways here. But I think impartiality in policing is critical. And we have to find a way that politics has to stay out of policing for the police service to function properly. But as John says, accountability, oversight is also critical. And we have to strengthen perhaps the powers of ombudsman and make sure that they are independent. We have to strengthen the policing board, maybe have more independent people rather than politicians being in the policing board. But it's a difficult question to answer in a society where the respect is in its lowest when it comes to community engagement in the first place. So we need to work on rights and respect for people to engage in different capacities in policing.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick comment from myself before I go on to the other panel members. But I think one of the difficulties is that in some of the communities that are alienated from the police, they don't either trust the oversight mechanisms, specifically the Ombudsman. And I think there is a real need for engagement, direct community oversight mechanism engagement, if only in an educational role. However, sorry, Conal?
Well, again, to me, it's all back down to the question of effective governance, of oversight and accountability. I think we have to find ways and means. It is my understanding, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong, at the moment, in terms of security agenda, the policing board have no remit at all to that. That's something is in the interest of national security. That's controlled from the UK. I think we need to find ways and means in which our local system of governance here has also got a proper oversight on the MI5 and the security agenda. If they don't have that, we will not have any change.
Thanks. I think that's a takeaway point. Debbie?
Brian, very quickly, just I think to echo what's been said about the accountability mechanisms. Some of our speakers said earlier that they were hard won but easily lost. and actually to have the type of oversight that we have. The way that we can prove it works is for communities to use them and avail of them. And I think one of the groups of people we haven't touched on deliberately today is young people. So we do know that very few young people make complaints to the Ombudsman's office. We do know that any of the engagement structures that have been set up aren't really that effective and aren't used as well. How do we get our young people to talk about their issues that they're facing, regardless of what community they come from, so that they can be involved in the change? But I would say to people in communities out there, if the policing board doesn't go to you, go to them. Ask for a meeting with John Wadham, the Human Rights Advisor. Write to the chair of the board. Write to a chair of a committee, because they're definitely open to meeting, but you may need to be proactive, and we should all be helping our communities be proactive in that. But also we should be pushing the accountability bodies to have their engagement strategies in place and be following through with them.
Okay, thanks very much. Listen, we're out of time. Folks, I know we could continue that particular discussion for the rest of the day, but we're now going to have a 5-minute comfort break. There's coffee and stuff at the back, but please try and get back in 5 minutes, and we'll start the last session so we don't intrude too long into your lunch hour. Thanks very much, and thank you to our panel.
online, or there's probably a squad of them up in Brooklyn watching in some room together for lunch. I was looking for the names, but I can't see any I recognise. There's one officer somewhere, and in person. I don't know who it is. So I didn't want to. Oh yes, the Europe chap down there. I was privy to the emails that went back and forth. Yes, now it'll be the next event. It's double parts. Next time we're looking at the guards. So anyway. Oh, absolutely. Be just in spring sometime, so and it'll be very much guard. But this. Oh, I'm sure if you're still interested in part of the side of Brian. Yeah. So, I delete every window. Oh, that's what it is. Yeah. Otherwise, what you saying? All good. For 2 hours.
Well, just very briefly, we literally pumped hands and that was about it. The difficulty about giving reflections after what other speakers is you can't really prepare in advance. So
I know, this was my efforts.
Okay, well, I'm now trying to transfer that.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to reconvene. People don't seem overly inclined to reconvene. Okay, if we could perhaps take our seats. We're going to get this final session going to try and ensure that we finish in time, everyone can have a reasonable lunch break and so on. I'm Vicky Conway. I'm delighted to have been asked to facilitate this session. I'm an academic in DCU and a former member of the Policing Authority and the Commission on the Future of Policing in Ireland. And I have certainly found it fascinating this morning. I think perhaps everyone from the South is doing this, where you're kind of comparing continually how it feels against what's happening down South. And I'm sure that will be part of the conversations that we have in this final session on reflections and responses to what we've heard so far. So we've a fantastic panel, a very strong and experienced panel for this session. I'll introduce all and then they will take turns to make some brief comments of reflection and then hopefully a little bit of space for questions and comments. Our first speaker will be Stephen White, will be familiar to many of you. He's a commissioner on the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, but joined the RUC in 1978 and rose to the rank of Assistant Chief Constable in the RUC and the PSNI. So obviously experienced that process of reform and has also since worked as a special advisor with the EU and published quite a bit on issues of police reform. Dr. Jack Nolan, a retired Assistant Commissioner of the An Garda Síochána, who was in charge of both the Dublin Metropolitan Region, Southern and Western and Southeastern policing regions, so very diverse in that regard, but also formerly Head of Organisation Development and Strategy, Community Relations and Public Safety, and Director of Training and Development. So he's really worked around all the corners of the organisation. He does a lot of advice work internationally now and graduated with a PhD from Trinity College Dublin. There's a lot more in their bios in the sheet, but we'll keep it brief. And Alison has kindly agreed to join this panel as well and offer some reflections at the end of this. And I won't repeat her introduction. So I'll pass over to Stephen for the first comment.
Thank you, Vicky, and good afternoon, everyone. Could I say, first of all, a big thank you to those who organised today's event and invited me to participate. I'll start by saying something which maybe is obvious. I haven't been a police officer for 17 years, but during those 17 years, I have been a resident in Northern Ireland. I'm a citizen of this land. I have relatives within the PSNI, and I have relatives throughout the province. So I'm very interested in policing from many aspects. The objective, I think, was about lessons learned, and in a sense, Jack and I have been given, along with Alison, quite a difficult task, and that is to reflect on what has been said by the other speakers. I had a few PowerPoint presentations as a backup, but I consider now them perhaps not necessary in the sense that I just want to make a few points. The way things have gone today makes me realise that perhaps it's better to leave a bit more time for engagement, questions and answers, so I'll be relatively short and sweet in what I want to say. But I want to start on a very positive point. In 1997, CAJ and other bodies organised a meeting here at Queen's, and it was to launch the book, I'm sure many of you have read it, Human Rights on Duty, Principles for Policing based on international lessons. Linda Moore, Mary O'Raw had put the book together, and I, like a lot of young police officers, in 1997, I was certainly younger than I am now, but at that time I was in charge of community policing development. And like a lot of police officers, we felt we knew best. We felt that, in a sense, there was them and us. You had to be a police officer to understand policing. You had to go through it. You had to be part of the culture. And while it's all very well for academics, researchers, NGOs, human rights types to critique us, criticise us, and tell us what we're doing wrong, really only cops knew how to be cops. And how wrong I was, and how wrong I guess most of us were in our early days believing in that. Having now worked in over 50 countries and hopefully tried to share some of the lessons from Northern Ireland and the mistakes, it's clear to me that things work best in a collective. Things work best when there's communication and collaboration. And I think from my experiences, when we are working in partnership, whether it be with academics, researchers, NGOs, the community and its representatives, whether they be elected or otherwise, I think that's when we really get into problem solving. So I just want to make that point. And today, in a sense, is an illustration of what can happen. It's such, in my opinion, a mature, mutually respectful discussion. Some of the heat has gone out of the issues that were kicking around during ceasefires and preparations for the Good Friday Agreement, and of course then the Patten Report. So that's the first thing I want to say. I really do believe we have moved on. So it's a positive side. There's a positive side to what I'm saying to begin with. Having said that, listen to Conal and Debbie, I do recognise that there are critical issues that still need to be addressed. And I'm not here to defend the PSNI in a sense, but I think some very legitimate questions were posed in terms of things like the tenure of leadership, the turnover of commanders, the engagement with the community. And certainly all I can say is that if I were still on duty, Conal, I'd be talking to you more than once. Let's just say we'd be trying to build relationships, and I hope that's something that I and many others, whether it's idiosyncratic, as Michael talked about, or whether it's hit and miss, those officers who I respected most are the ones that actually put their arms around people, or at least engaged over a cup of tea or whatever. I'm minded even in times in areas like North Queen Street, 96, 97, when things were going bad, middle of Drumcree, when really the only way to do business was to engage with people. So in recognising there are still some problems, big problems, I do want to say that from my perspective, there has been a lot of positive developments since Patten reported. Policing is a human endeavour. It's about human encounters. It's about human enterprise. And we're talking about human rights, obviously. So to me, I just want to focus on something around people. And that is, of course, leadership. And I believe firmly that any police leader or policing leader, because as we all know, the report of Patten was about policing and you beginning to policing. There are many recommendations which went beyond the police organisation. I believe that anyone who's trying to move reforms forward, whether they be in the police, off the police, or indeed on the outside, need to have an understanding of three things. And if I were giving a lecture, I'd make this a lot longer, but just to make it very short and sweet, I think, first of all, they need to understand what modern effective policing looks like. So they need to understand community policing in its widest sense. It's not just about neighbourhood officers. If I could give 2 words to describe what I believe community policing is, those 2 words would be consult and involve. And whether that means in planning a recruitment campaign, training, oversight, development, I think the communities need to be involved, consulted, but not just words. Patten consulted, I think, with 1,500 individuals and groups, but you need to also involve them. And that means interacting with them not just once, but over and over again. So I do believe that there needs to be an understanding of what true holistic approach to community policing is all about, particularly within police leadership, but also community leadership. I also think the second thing I think that leaders in society and in the police need to understand, and that is change management or reform. Change management is sort of a dirty word within police circles these days, but back in the day I was given the dubious title of Programme Director of the Change Management Team. So in 1999, when the Patten Report came out, I was asked first of all to meet with the then Deputy Chief Constable, the late Colin Cramporn, go through all of the 175 recommendations and cost them, but also start to put together a strategic plan. In a sense, this document is the vision of success, or what success might look like. But there was a need to actually start to plan, and that meant, of course, resources, expertise. So at that time, I remember we brought in people like John Bryce and Andrew Kakabadze, the McKinsey's people, to try to put together a proper change management programme. We had the Oversight Commissioner coming in to make sure that what we were doing was best practice. And of course, other bodies were being formed and they were being asked to move forward, the Policing Board, the Police Ombudsman's office and so on. But having spent the last 17 years as a consultant, having the luxury to look back and try to share with others what we got right and what we got wrong, there's a checklist that I try to focus our attention on. The first thing is that there needs to be some sort of vision. What is it we're trying to do? And in my opinion, it's about modern, effective community policing, which is open and transparent, which is accountable, and accountability is what we're here to talk about today. So that's obviously right at the core. The protection of human rights at the core. Community policing in the most holistic way at the core. So as well as a vision of success, you also need political will, you need community support, but you also need legislation to enable it. And of course, that's where the Police Act comes in. And I just want to mention this briefly as I come through. Section 32 defines what the role of policing will be. Same as everywhere else in the world, probably. Protect and serve. Prevent crime, detect crime, keep public order. But it also says, and every police officer in Northern Ireland will do so in a way that maximises community support. And that's the test for me. That's where, whether you're an ombudsman or a public representative or a policing board or a local partnership group, are the local police doing everything they can to maximise trust and building up of support? It's there in law. It's not debatable. It's not negotiable. It's there in law. It's to be held to account in that manner. That's my strong view. And we are the only police department, or sorry, they, the PSNI, are the only police department who have that legal requirement, to the best of my knowledge. I gave evidence in Washington online about 6 months ago to a committee looking at rule of law and justice reforms, and people were amazed that it's actually in law. So when police commanders or police constables are preparing to either go on duty or to be the gold commander of a big operation, whether it be Drumcree or some other situation, they are duty bound to do a community impact assessment. They are also duty bound to make sure that human rights, including the human rights of their officers, are high on the agenda in the planning. But as I said, that checklist of what is required for successful reform is about a vision of success, political will, community support, a strategic plan, enabling legislation, resources, time and security, because it's very difficult to reform in the middle of a conflict, a war, divided society. So There are issues when one's trying to assess a reform, reflecting back on 20 years, what has happened, what didn't happen. There is a checklist that I would recommend that we think about. But one of those critical success factors is resources. And I'm not just talking about money, I'm talking about human resources. So that means recruiting the right people, making sure they're representative, training the right people, and the role of leadership is absolutely fundamental, in my opinion. The last thing I would say, and forgive me if this seems overly insensitive, but one has to recognise that we do live in a society where there are those who wish the police ill and certainly are not averse to taking life. So we need to be careful that when we are planning reforms or when we're leading reforms, we're also conscious of what can counter violent extremism or what can stoke it up. And therefore, we need to avoid falling into the trap of state overreaction. And just as Connell and others have talked about, one bad contact can contaminate the view of the whole state. A prolonged lack of engagement or involvement can contaminate. So one needs to understand how young men and women in particular get radicalised, get involved in extremism, if they feel they're being marginalised, if they feel they're not being engaged with, if they're being pushed in a way that the state is seen to overreact, whether we go back in the years of internment or whether it's the militarisation of a situation. And can I just say this, one of the benefits, I believe, of the Good Friday Agreement, the Patten Report and the reforms was that I think we made a delineation between what is a soldier and what is a police officer. I can talk from experience. Quite often we created a culture where, as someone said, I think it was Michael talked about, there's a hierarchy, whether it be the special branch, whether it be the intelligence services, whether the uniform branch are seen as somehow lower or of less value. When you put young police officers, or indeed young soldiers, in a situation where there is conflict, where there is danger, where there is death, one has to be aware that a culture can be created. And to make soldiers police officers, or to make police officers soldiers, to me is a big mistake. There is a need to delineate. I could go on at length. All I want to say is that one of the speakers, I think it might have been Fionnuala at the beginning, talked about the importance of stock taking. It might have been Richard. The need to actually sit back and look at where we are, be positive as to what we have achieved, but at the same time be realistic as to the challenge that goes ahead, how things can go wrong. All it will take, as we know, is some political hiatus or some other situation that will make life difficult. I'll finish by saying this. In 1996, the Labour Party produced a paper. It was their vision for Northern Ireland. On page 1, and Blair had just taken over leadership, it talked about there will never be peace in Northern Ireland until there is a police service that is recognised and trusted by all. On page 8 of the same document, it said there will never be a police service that is trusted by all until the conflict is ended, until there's political reconciliation and so on. And as a young man, that used to drive me mad, because it's almost as if, how can we get the police sorted out until we get the politics sorted out? How can we get the politics sorted out until we get the policing sorted out? But of course, it's incremental. And my belief is that reforms of the police are going in the right direction, but also they need to be mirrored by reform or improvements in the political situation. I'll leave you with that thought, but thank you for your time and for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I think some really nuanced insights and perspectives and challenges to the leadership of the police in terms of what they need to do. And I think that's an important addition to the conversation this morning. I'll pass over to Dr. Nolan.
Chairperson, thank you very much. First of all, let me say it is a pleasure and an honour to be here to address you today. Like Steve, I was a policeman for 40 years, retired 4.5 years, still deeply involved in policing, but not in the police anymore. And having been involved in the whole change process and the reform process in the Garda organisation on an incremental basis, I have to acknowledge the magnificent achievements in actualising the recommendations of the Patten Commission. I hope to offer you both an insider and an outsider perspective on reform and change in An Garda Síochána. And I suppose, having served from the 70s to 2017, I spanned 5 decades of policing I watched the police organisation change, and I watched the society that it policed change very significantly in that time. The day of somebody leaving the key in the door vanished, and everybody went into their house, switched on their lights, drew their curtains, and switched on their alarm in the evening time. And also I watched society engaging in a discourse on policing and engaging in a discourse on how the police deal with matters. Living on an island, western coast of Europe, sometimes we can be a little bit insular and we think reform and change only affects us. But the history of policing shows that reform is a constant feature of policing and police work for approximately 100 years now. From the early 1900s in the United States right up to Minnesota, Ferguson in Missouri, New York City, etc., change is happening. In the UK, there has been numerous change initiatives within the police, and I often remember talking to a former colleague in the London Met who used to say, the new change initiative has just caught up on the old one. So these things happen. We experienced that in the south of Ireland as well. So Garda Síochána is almost 100 years in existence, and the Garda organisation has always prided itself, and this is an often quoted statement, it prided itself on its adherence to Michael J. Stein's, the first Commissioner's statement, that the force would not succeed by force of arms or strength of numbers, but with the moral authority of the people. And over the course of my service, I've seen that moral authority being challenged. It hasn't been easy or uncontentious to retain it. I suppose some small bit of context. Up to the 1970s, policing in the Republic of Ireland was pretty stable, pretty uncontentious. And then events in the north and the overspill into the south, coupled with the triple challenges of drugs, crime, organised crime, etc., changed the whole dynamics of policing. And an organisation had to move fast and had to move quickly to pick up. Back in 2002 or 2003, I wrote an article in the management journal of the Garda organisation at the time, Communique, which talked about the change process being a long march, echoing the words of Rosabeth Moss-Cantor. And that long march is still going on. Interestingly enough, the initial changes were occasioned by a desire to improve, a desire to professionalise, a desire to modernise, and also by a desire to deal with issues more correctly. Part of the initial computerisation programme in the Garda organisation involved a very interesting diagnostic survey in the organisation. It was conducted by the Accenture consultancy company, and it found the attitude to change to be roughly 50-50. 50% wanted it, 50% didn't. And that was a latent or dormant issue that remained in the organisation and only peaked at different times. So the triggers for change were modernisation, tribunal reports, oversight reports, and an interesting thing, the economic recession of 2008 to 2014. So what changed? Well, there was structural changes, pretty natural. There were cultural changes also. The organisation is often challenged that its culture doesn't change, but the culture of every organisation moves, evolves and changes over time. Steve quite correctly touched on different elements of culture. There's a different culture between the uniform and the non-uniform sections of an organisation. There's a different culture between senior management and lower ranks. There's a different culture between the civilian members of the organisation and the uniform members of the organisation. So that happens. How did we assess what the community want from us? We engaged in widespread public attitude surveys, which most interestingly provided, despite many challenges, a stubbornly high satisfaction rating in the community, particularly in relation to crime. On a national basis, everybody considered crime to be a national problem. But on a local community basis, when they were surveyed, people said, crime isn't that big an issue around here. And that dichotomy always stuck with us. We went through a whole technological, automating many of our systems, and operational changes, the introduction of new units, everything from CAB, the Immigration Bureau's approach, organised crime, sex offender management, all of that. But we also engaged in community policing on a local level. We ran pilots in 2 areas, Thomastown and Claremorris in County Mayo. They ran for a long time, but gradually we developed an understanding that community policing was the essence of what was required. And new models came in based on an urban approach, a large provincial town, and a rural approach. And that has been, was supplemented by a very sophisticated community policing model in Dublin City based on small area policing issues. And that's currently being transferred or transformed into a more national approach. What was the reactions to all of this? I looked up some newspaper cuttings, etc., and newspaper headlines, and there were very mixed reactions. In relation to introducing new rosters in 2012, some media sources said it was most fundamental change in the Garda organisation. When Garda stations had to be closed as a result of the economic crisis, people said to close Garda stations in the community hinders the genetic code of policing in this country. And a further comment was, history shows that when you make efficiency and savings during recessions, you do not run down your police force in any form. So all of this was going on in this period. And then we came to what I term, and this is my term, the era of tribunals. From the Morris Tribunal in 2005, Barr, the Hayes Report, Birmingham inquiries. Every year, a new inquiry seemed to come. Every inquiry created a burning platform. And those burning platforms consumed organizational energy, consumed organizational capacity. And then this was supplemented or engaged with the economic recession. Recruitment into the organization, the lifeblood of an organization, new people, new approaches, stopped. It stalled from 2009 to 2014. During that time, I was in charge of the Garda College, and we engaged in a whole new training program. We had just completed a review of training. We developed a new program based on problem-based learning so that our new police would learn what were the main problems they would encounter and learn the skills and techniques to deal with the main problems that people face. That program had to be shelved for 5 years, even though it had been accredited by University College Dublin. We also had to shelve our executive leadership program. So during all of this, many of the training programs, and people have referred to the vital role training has in police organizations, all those have to be shelved. And then the Patten Report in Northern Ireland, changes into the policing role in Northern Ireland, changes to the police organisation, the birth of the PSNI, all of that was happening. But we had so many challenges and so many other burning platforms. It wasn't top of our agenda, but it did influence policy in many fashions. It influenced policy towards the Garda Síochána Act, which brought oversight, and that was something that the Garda organisation hadn't familiarity with, and it took time for that to embed in the organisation. It also influenced our approach to human rights and human rights-based policing, and as far back as 2000, we were engaging in conferences, training, ensuring that Alison mentioned that golden thread of policing, the golden thread of human rights in policing. I had often wondered where that came from. I used to hear that in the Garda College. Every training programme has to have a human rights element in it. And look, police organisations sit back sometimes and say, we're happy with where we are, we're happy with progress. And doing some research for coming here today, I looked up the Irish Human Rights Commission reports of back over a number of years, and they commented positively on comprehensive training programme, diversity works day, the delivery of training programmes, strong human rights function. The new Garda training programme has a module on policing with communities, just like here, same concept, same idea, policing with communities. However, the report also said it is difficult to assess progress. It's hard to know where you are because we don't have access to all your material. And I think that somebody else talked about that earlier, about getting access to police information and police material. Sometimes it's not easy. But the organisation had a good appreciation of the role of human rights and its importance to policing. Interestingly enough, it didn't appear in some later reform programmes that were published by different commissioners. So it brings me to where An Garda Síochána is now. And I looked at a speech that the current Garda Commissioner Drew Harris made in Galway in 2019. And it contained lots of things that were discussed many years ago. A new human rights strategy for the Garda organisation, a new Garda human rights section established, an external human rights advisor being appointed, an operational human rights advisor being appointed, the development of a human rights framework, operational guidance documents. The introduction of all of these documents formalises the human rights principles, the Garda decision-making model underpinned by human rights, a new training programme in collaboration with University College Limerick, new accreditation of programmes. So, sitting back and being the outsider for the last 4 years looking in conclusion, I said, let's look at this from the aspirational angle and what was the reality. I said this title relates to reflections on police reform, and I'm stirred to consider the efforts of An Garda Síochána in the context of aspiration. There was a lot of aspiration. There was a lot of programmes of change. There was a lot of initiatives. The reality is that a perfect storm of economic recession and tribunals of inquiry consumed the organisation's energies. I regret to say that human rights, it took a back seat in many regards. Okay, all of our policy documents were human rights proofed, that was a given. But that wasn't really getting to the core of human rights. That was just the involvement with the human rights phenomenon and principles. The actual participation is the actualising of it on the streets, in operational policing, on a day-to-day. Not just police encounters, but policing in fractured and stressed communities. I recall a conference from the early 2000s when a young Garda sergeant made a statement that a police station should be the safest place in the world for any person. I believe the new human rights approach as enunciated in the Garda Síochána Human Rights Strategy of 2020 to 2022 gives the underpinnings that will allow that rhetoric to become a reality. And I look forward to seeing how the new Garda organisation deals with the many complex, diverse challenges that every police officer, male and female, meet on a daily basis. I hope that I have given you a brief flavour of what the 20 years of policing in the south of Ireland has been like. I have been fascinated to listen to the 20 years of policing in Northern Ireland. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for that perspective from An Garda Síochána, Jack, your time there. And I think it chimes a lot with some of what was being said earlier, particularly made me think of Richard's comments about human rights principles being, the starting point and the work that has to happen to embed them and make them real and lived. And finally, then I will pass to Alison. Thank you.
Well, I had good opportunity this morning, so I'm not going to say just one very brief observation, if I may, based on what I've heard today. All of the questions that were raised, all of the comments that were made, I think can be dealt with by a human rights-based approach to policing. Because, and I know that sounds very ideological and wishy-washy, but if you really think about it properly and how the human rights law applies, It applies in respect of each human being. So it's about human dignity. So if a human rights-based approach is embraced properly, it doesn't matter if you come from Cregan or the Shankill, it doesn't matter what race, nationality you are, the police approach to you should be the same, and the law guides you in how you carry out your operational activities. And I know that to a lot of people that sounds a little bit too ideological, that it can't help police on the street, but it really does. And human rights law isn't a discretionary, vague topic. There is now years of case law on it. There's legislation. It's a legal requirement. So there are real practical answers in the Human Rights Act, which also respect and protect the rights of police officers. So this notion that it's somehow only for groups is just simply wrong, and results from an incomplete reading, I think, or understanding of human rights and how they work. For example, there was an issue mentioned earlier about basically, I think it was searching children, and a search of a home perhaps with children present. The Human Rights Act will give you an answer to that. Case law will give you an answer to that. You know, it'll tell you exactly what you do if there's a child involved in a home search. There's a right to private and family life. It's not just a sort of discretionary ideological thing. There are actually answers to it. And the last thing I would say was I heard the comment that shame police weren't here. I think it was to defend themselves, and I understand where that comes from, and it was said to me an awful lot in the past. But I think it has to be said that police have an opportunity to defend themselves every day. They have most of the power. They are on the streets every day. They can command our attention. We can't command theirs necessarily. We can't depend on, we can't insist on engaging with the police. And what was said today was essentially universal. There were people from very different backgrounds, you might almost say opposing backgrounds, who said exactly the same thing. Essentially, I heard the same thing being said by everybody, including from Lillian, who's a more recent and very welcome addition to Northern Ireland. So police have to listen to that. This is not a vendetta, it's not a campaign against you. You do have a chance to respond, but it's in your activities and it's on the street. And people want to be policed well. They don't want to have a fight with you. They don't want to have tension with you. They want to be protected and to have good relationships. I think I would leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know, I was just kind of struck when you were talking there that we talk about how police reform has changed policing, but of course, as you say, human rights has developed so much in that time, and what's being applied today, and of course that connects to the need for continual and ongoing training and development and reflection. We have time for some questions for this panel. We have a hand straight up here, and if there are any from the chat, I'll take that as well. So if we could get a microphone over here. Dr. Maguire.
Thanks, Vicky. It's an observation based on what Stephen said and some earlier conversations, and I have a question for Jack as well. One of the things that I took from what you said, Stephen, and I absolutely agree with you, is the issue of dialogue and communication. And, you know, the fact that what Lillian and Colin were saying is it's absolutely critical that they engage with the police in a way which helps solve the problem. And I would put the Ombudsman's office into that as well, because, you know, if you have a complaint, if you haven't brought that complaint to the Ombudsman's office, you have a problem, actually, as well as the Ombudsman's office. So I think there is an issue about engagement. And if the service you get isn't right, there are mechanisms for complaining about that as well. And what differentiates us now from 20, 30 years ago is that we have an architecture, we have a series of organizations, we have mechanisms to engage with communities in a way which didn't exist before. And that is a difference. And it's an important difference that puts emphasis on both, as when I was in the Ombudsman's office, the ability to engage with communities and other organizations, but also the police, and having to then, as Stephen said, to solve problems in that regard. So I think it's a hugely important point I agree with. My question for Jack is, and your overview of policing in the South the last 20 years was an interesting one. One thing you didn't talk about too much was police oversight. And what struck me, you know, based on my experience of working with colleagues in the Guard Ombudsman's Office, looking at recent comments by the Superintendents Association on the police bill about the police being shackled. I just wonder how you respond to the assertion that the Guards don't like oversight.
Shall I go ahead? Thank you very much for the question. I think traditionally police organisations have been nervous of oversight. But oversight has always existed. From the perspective of Garda Síochána, the traditional approach pre the 2005 Act was report to Department of Justice, report to the Minister, report to Government. Then, as a side issue, you had the Garda Complaints Board, and that was replaced then by the Garda Síochána Ombudsman Commission, which brought a difference. It brought a different dynamic to investigations. Police, and this is my own experience, was that a police officer being investigated, the police have done that for years. Being investigated by an outside body, that didn't make any difference. But what people didn't really like, and what police didn't really like, was complaints being made to the Ombudsman Commission and then being referred back to the Garda organisation for investigation internally, because you were placed in a no-win situation then. You were still being investigated, but the perception of fairness and impartiality was diluted. Wider oversight with regards to policing authority, with regards to the Garda Inspectorate, etc. That took more time. The Garda Inspectorate took more time to assimilate their role as critical advisors, critical inquisitors, looking at best practice, looking at bad practice or poor practice as well. And I think then when the policing authority came, it was much easier process because the organisation had become prepared for more oversight, and it engaged in a much more open, transparent, enthusiastic, I have to hope that the chairperson agrees with that, but a much more enthusiastic desire to show what we're doing, to show what we can do, to show what we need in order for us to do more. So that was my experience. As I say, I attended the very first public meeting of the Garda Authority in the South. And I found it a fair, demanding, but basically human rights compliant approach.
Alison, I wonder, from the basis of your work for the report you did for the ICCL, whether you'd have any comments on that? Is that a fair question?
I do. I do. What I saw, now I accept it was a short study. I didn't get into all the offices. I didn't get to look at everything. But I do think there's a split between some police in the Republic of Ireland who did embrace the idea of human rights reform and others who simply didn't. I didn't, I have to say, see a wholesale organisational commitment to it, at least not one that was really then followed through. What I see now as well is that when it comes to cross-border cooperation, there's quite a gap, perhaps between the two jurisdictions, and also in relation to cooperation with each other within a human rights framework. So my report, I might as well be honest, my report was critical in the areas in which that I looked at. And when my report was published, the Garda response was, well, we've always done this, nothing's going to change now. I found that disappointing, but I did find it very similar to what police officers used to say to me here as well. Well, everything you're saying to us is common sense. We've always done this, we've always been about protecting people. But just common sense isn't enough. Human rights is law, and I think if there's anything anybody needs to take away, it's that stop thinking of this as that it's just treating people nicely and it's common sense. It's not. It is a legal requirement. You have to sign up to it wholesale. You wouldn't say that the Public Order Act is just there for a bit of guidance. You wouldn't say that PACE is there for a bit of guidance. And just incidentally, when PACE first came in the north, everyone thought it was a disaster. It was going to be a tragedy for policing, and they were never going to be able to police again or step on the streets again. And that just simply wasn't the case. So while there are some real heroic voices in the south talking about human rights and policing, I think there need to be more, and really talking about what it means, not just saying, yes, human rights are great, but actually saying what that means in terms of operational policing. But that's just, as I say, I had a short, albeit up close look at some areas.
Thanks for that. I'll take the opportunity to remind people there will obviously be the second seminar in this series that is a bit more focused, or that is more focused on Garda Síochána. But I would add to that, just taking liberties as the chair, that of course, whatever the policing attitude is, exists within a wider context. And in Ireland, I see that very much as a political context, where I don't believe we have full political commitment to police accountability. And I think that's evidenced in large part in the current legislation, which to my mind is a significant rollback on the oversight and accountability. You know, we heard it mentioned earlier in Alison's talk that the policing authority was limited and the inspectorate was constrained. And, you know, we could look at that and whether or not we're moving forward or backwards in that space. But I think that political context is significant in both jurisdictions. It can operate differently and take different forms, but it is still significant. We have a question from the chat, which was, how important were observation posts in policing the urban spaces of the Shankill Falls Divide? With hindsight, did they contribute to peacekeeping or did they exacerbate the conflict? And that's from Karen Elliott, an architectural historian. Stephen, would you be up for commenting on that?
The answer is I don't know. I mean, we've talked already about some problems in policing, and if something is more problematic than contributing to improvements in community relations, then obviously, in my opinion, it should be looked at. But this may be the last opportunity to speak, so I'm going to say a couple of other things, if I may, which maybe relate or do not relate to that question. The first thing is, and it does, I hope, relate, I think the role of police reformers, whoever they may be, inside or outside the organisation, is first of all to identify the barriers and break them down. That might seem obvious, common sense, but as Alison said, common sense maybe isn't as common or as well spread as it should be. So if there are barriers, whether it be in the Creggan or anywhere else, or in the Shankill Road, through observation posts or whatever, they need to be identified and the issues resolved. And sometimes that takes courage on the behalf of leadership. It's difficult to ask a young or not so young constable to lead the way if the bosses are sitting behind a desk. That's the first thing I would say. And that includes myself, because I keep being reminded by people when we talk about we must do this and we must do that, we means me. So all of us in this room and elsewhere who are interested in policing or police reform have a role to play to set the example. Someone talked about the need for champions of change, whether it be for human rights improvements or whatever. So I'll say this, for example, I remember bringing some Americans over here and introducing them to a convicted IRA prisoner. And we shook hands. And afterwards, sitting with these guys, some of them were ex-law enforcement, others were more in community relations, I said, I found that very difficult. And they said, well, do you not think he found it very difficult? That you would be seen as the enemy? And, you know, it may seem an obvious thing to say, but we do get into corners, we do dehumanize each other, we do demean each other, we do demonize each other in our organisations. And I think some of us need to take the steps. So whether it's Republicans on the policing board, or in my case, sitting beside people who were combatants in community justice, Community Restorative Justice Ireland, I've sat with John and Kieran and others on that board for 3 years. I think it's important that the mould is broken, that the barriers are broken down. The other thing I want to say, if I may, and Michael, you prompted me to say this when you talked about how in Australia and elsewhere in the world they would probably give their eye teeth to have an accountability system or an oversight system such as we have. I was reminded of an old chief constable I used to work with, and he used to say, self-praise is no recommendation. So even if we think we are the best, and I'll be honest, I think we have one of the best policing systems in the world. If you look at the standard of recruits, PhD students, as well as people with life experience. A training and education investment programme is unbelievable compared to some of the police departments I've worked with in the world. But even if we have the best, you can still do better. Even if you have the best, there are people that are letting us down, and they need to be weeded out, whether it be through internal discipline, through supervision, through oversight and accountability, so that they do comply with rights. And the penultimate thing, or the last thing I'm going to say is this. There was a lot of talk this morning about the use of force, or, John, the use of powers to stop, to search. I would say that a big question, and maybe Patten more than hinted at it, it's about the use of police. How do we use our police officers? What expectations do we have of that organisation? It's a human organisation with all the frailties and all the difficulties and all the challenges of any other group. So there is something about expectations. And the last thing I would say, if I may, just to reflect on what Richard said at the beginning about situational context. I don't think it is fair to be too hard on what happened 50, 60 more years ago, because the context, the situation was different. And we do need to respect all of, whether it be police widows or whether it be those who lost people in any aspect of this conflict. That's a hard lesson for police, because we're all taught, right is wrong, you break the law, you pay the consequences. There is something about reconciliation. There is something about realising that we were imperfect, but sadly the situation in Northern Ireland, I come from East Belfast, and I saw a lot of violence as a young man. There is something about treating people with fairness and respect and balance as we try to balance human rights. So I'm sorry if that sounds like a bit of a sermon, but I genuinely mean it.
Do we have a final question from the floor? John? Or Liam? Liam, you haven't had a chance to speak today.
Thanks very much. I mean, just a brief comment. It certainly strikes me from listening to Stephen and Jack that it's very difficult to envisage how you can have a successful reform process without investing in things like training, which is effectively what we've tried to do in the South for the last number of years. You know, that there has been that hiatus in funding for training and resourcement. Just on getting the oversight piece right, our view in ICCL is that ultimately no police service anywhere is ever going to recommend or take on oversight. It's going to be imposed politically upon it. And we're trying to get the structure right at the moment in the South. And one of the ideas is to separate out the different functions. And one particular question is the oversight body, the police authorities now, or the Police Community Safety and Security Authority into the future, currently has a role of appointing senior officers and also in setting the strategy of the police. And whether that can ever be compatible with an oversight function, or whether that's an area where there should be a delineation.
Okay. Not an easy question, Liam. I suppose somebody who appoints an individual and subsequently asks them to account for their performance, that there is an inherent dichotomy there. Promotion systems or appointment systems in police organisations have been the subject of significant debate and inquiry. Who has the best promotion system? What works? And generally, it is difficult to find an absolutely perfect system. During the police authority in the Republic, promotions were via the commissioner, etc. And many people consider that to be an unfair system, and issues of favouritism, bias, etc. regularly appeared. Many times raised by individuals, many times raised by representative associations or unions. The new system has been pretty successful, as I have looked at it, principally from the outside. I have watched many of the same candidates being promoted via the new system, and I said they would have made the grade in the old system one way or another. What I think the need for a transparent appeals process so that the whole mechanism of appointment can be fully and accurately verified. But as I said, I don't see how you can absolutely 100% say we have the best system. I actually like the new approach. I think it offers fairness. It offers an opportunity for people to display their potential, and it gives them the chance to show to an independent, transparent body what they're made of, what their functional track record is, and what their aspirations and potential for future higher office or positions hold.
Just a very quick comment for me. I mean, delineation is important in my view. There needs to be clear functionality or clarity in the rules and functionality of those who are involved in either overseeing, holding to account, managing a police service. However, there's bound to be overlap. I mean, if you look at Northern Ireland, we're part of the British Police Service still. So you have Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary, in one sense, looking at performance and legitimacy, which is an important thing. Then you have the Ombudsman's Office. You had the Criminal Justice Inspectorate. You had the Policing Board. You had local bodies. So to me, accountability should be seen in the widest sense. I think also accountability through the media is an extremely important thing. You know, back in the more difficult days, shall we say, there was a lot of reticence amongst IUC officers and in the early years at PSNI to go on TV and account. Hopefully those days are gone, and people should be facing up and recognising that decisions have impacts and they justify those decisions. But my view is there should be clarity of roles. So if it's an accountability mechanism or an oversight mechanism or a planning mechanism or a consulting mechanism, there needs to be an absolutely clear job description in a sense, so that people know where they stand and who they report to and what the relationship is.
Do you want to comment on that? May I say just one very brief thing? When we talked earlier, there was a question asked about having politicians on the policing board and having independent members. I came down in favour, I think, of having politicians on the board, so long as they were independent members. But we can't, to be fair to politicians, being an independent member doesn't mean you're not political or making political decisions. So it needs to be really careful. So being a politician doesn't mean you're going to act politically. Being an independent person doesn't mean you're not acting politically. And I think there has to be real scrutiny of that. And that's where there's a danger of a board or an authority appointing senior police officers or being responsible for their resignation. Too quickly we jump to calls for resignation, I think here in particular, often on political grounds.
Yeah, I was struck when you mentioned the dichotomy of appointing and then holding to account, that in both jurisdictions, the same body appoints, holds to account, and can lead to the resignation of the head of the police. In the south, that's the Minister for Justice. Here, it's the policing board. So it's not a dichotomy that we've achieved in all spaces in either jurisdictions. I will draw the questions to a close at that point so that we stick more or less to time. I think it's a really interesting, obviously it's a really interesting conversation. We're all here. Many people have stayed online, which is a great compliment to the quality of the engagements today. But I think the point of looking at this from the perspective of North and South is really important. Not just, there's all kinds of maybe symbolic elements to that. Jack mentioned Garda Síochána is almost 100 years old, which of course is 100 years since partition, and the division of the policing service on this island, because of course they were one and the same until that point in time. And we have increasing conversations about a shared island, which would bring its own challenges and questions around policing in Ireland. I was really struck listening to Professor Ní speaking this morning and having her reflect on where things were when she wrote her seminal text. And, you know, if you think about the problems that she was pointing to, the use of force in the way that she was referring to, detection, profiling, the exceptional powers, the issues around accountability, and if you think of the conversations that was had here today, there is no doubt that policing in Northern Ireland is in a very different place to where it was 20, 25 years ago. And And it is quite remarkable, the changes in the conversation. Obviously, there are still huge issues, and the session on community policing, I for one found immensely impactful. Hearing from John, Lillian, Colin, everyone about the different challenges that different communities are facing. But there's also a point to which, and I always wonder this, that when you introduce accountability and oversight mechanisms that actually work, we suddenly start to find out about these problems that were always there because we couldn't hear about them before. You know, I'm struck listening to John talk about stop and search. I'm slightly envious because we don't even have published data on stop and search in the South. We don't know that yet. And for me, that's a signal that our oversight mechanisms aren't doing their job fully as yet. And of course, you know, anyone who's done a university module on policing will have encountered the theoretical perspective that in any country, and you know, we see this in the States going back to the Knapp Commission, or you know, if you've watched Serpico or whatever it is, we get a cycle of police reform. That you have a scandal, you get reform, you get oversight, then you get complacency, and then you get scandal again. And I found it very powerful this morning hearing people, eminent people, so well placed to comment on this, and those in the floor as well as on the podium, talking about how the work of Patten isn't done, how there may be slippages in certain areas. Even Debbie talking about the relationship with loyalist communities, maybe moving from love-hate to hate-hate. That, you know, there are that intense need to keep that foot on the pedal at all times in the North is really, really strong. And, you know, we are hearing from directly communities telling us that that needs to happen. You know, the position in Creggan that we were told about, it's very, very clear. What I also found really interesting, though, is listening, is how not all, but so many of the questions facing the two jurisdictions are really similar. How do we achieve effective policing with communities? How do we achieve effective accountability? How do we embed human rights? How do we deal with the question of security, both in terms of who performs it and how we oversee it? Legacy issues, which, you know, are different but exist in the South nonetheless. Questions of training, even down to issues of socioeconomic recruitment to the police services. These are issues that run parallel in both jurisdictions. So I'll just say I'm delighted that CAJ and ICCL ran this event with the support and funding that they received for this, and that there will be a second event, another in-person event. We won't know ourselves for all this socialising in the new year, which will, you know, shift the focus to what's happening in An Garda Síochána. But I'm almost glad that it started in Belfast, because I do very genuinely feel that we in the South have so much to learn from the North in terms of really significant reform that can be achieved, that transformational shift in the landscape that has no doubt happened, and brings us to a place where the everyday concerns of communities, whether they're children, members of ethnic minority communities, whatever it is, that their concerns are what we're focusing on and what we're concerned with. So thank you all for your attending. Those of you online, thank you for persisting, despite breaks and so on. And is anyone saying a final word of close, or is that it? No, I draw the event to a close then in that circumstance. Thank you very much.